hello there.
Is that your wallet? Or are you just glad to see me? Both, I hope.
Good morning, everybody, smiley face.
Solidity, thank you very much for that. Thank you, thank you. Smiley face to you too. How are we doing there, boys and girls? Good morning. Which one's this? I will leave that there. How are we all doing this morning? We good? Are we well? It is Friday. It is Friday, and what a busy week it's been. A busy week for playing video games. Boo-hoo. You know what I mean? We are drawing in on the weekend. Goal-making race to world first is over. The craziness, I think, is settling down. This week has still got the potential to be incredibly good for sales. You can't deny the fact that this week there's going to be lots of people playing the game that may not have had much of a chance over the last few days. The likelihood of the rank 7 sales. The thing is, now there's an interesting thing already happening, especially on the big realms here. There's an interesting thing happening that we spoke about it a little bit yesterday. is that the people that really wanted those 291 legendaries first have probably got them by now. This is what tends to happen when there's a zero friction system, like we discussed. That when there's there was nothing stopping people buying the rank 7s the day that they became available, other than maybe the cost of them. What means is you have a really high and then it dips much quicker. Good morning, Mr. Manthias. How has sales gone on Sylvanas? Haven't been able to follow along because of work. Sales have been steady but not explosive. Steady but not explosive. We'll get to the mailboxes for yesterday. Mailboxes for yesterday were nowhere even close to what reset day was. Not even by a long shot. But we still did a fair amount, I think, if we take both of the realms into consideration at least. What I need to do this morning is get a few bits and pieces on the go, and then we can check what we sold, places, loot some mailboxes, and be off to the races. I'm probably in need. We did a bit of a restock on our rank set on our legendaries yesterday. We probably need to do a bit of a restock on just general stuff today. And I might even, believe it or not, I might even run around and do some Zereth Mortis on my main today, because my main character, this is the dude that in theory should be playing Zereth Mortis and should be unlocking stuff now. Hang on. The dude playing Zereth Mortis and unlocking stuff is still only 1,000 reputation into Honored. Now, technically, I should get this guy to Revered. Simply because when the Unity does become a thing, I want to be ready and able to use it. Plus, I want to play Zereth Mortis to its utmost, at least on one character. This is the character we'll do all of our exploring on. This is the character we'll level the Cypher Tree up to max with. I guess there's people out there now that have nearly... how many days are we into the patch now? I guess there's people that have basically completed the Cypher Tree at this point, right? Surely? Is that a possibility by this point? It must be. My guildmates completed the table, or we will today. Yeah, I thought people would be closing in on just like ticking every box on the table now. The amount of time gating that's part of it, I think, is now... There was about 15, 16, 17 days, I think, of time gating on it. So people that have been keeping up with it and farming ciphers are probably almost done. Now, I'm obviously nowhere near that because I've not paid any attention. I've not paid any attention to this character since the day he hit Honored. And he was the first character to hit Honored. So, over a week, I guess. He had COVID, so he spent his whole days grinding rares through the. Oh, okay, yeah. Well, I guess that will that'll help with the whole cipher acquisition for sure. That will definitely help. But let me get my auction houses in place first. As far as Tarren Mill's concerned, actually, we can check what we did Tarren Mill money-wise yesterday. We did 7 mil on Tarren Mill yesterday on this character. I state this character because I actually loaded up bank character number 2 on Tarren Mill yesterday, just because I want one of my characters to be dealing... This is the way I want it going forward. I want one of my characters to be dealing with whatever's hot. What is hot right now is obviously rank 7s, but I then want another character that is my main bank character, one of which that will just deal with selling, you know, everything else. So I've actually got 2 bank characters on the run on Sylvanas at the moment, but we did 7 mil on one and boom, 3 mil on the other. So we did exactly gold cap, or as goddamn close to gold cap as possible still yesterday on Tarren Mill. So by any normal normal, by any normal standards, doing gold cap on a realm in a day would be ludicrous. But obviously, if you compare it to only the day before, it's about half what I did the day before. What did I do on Tower Mill? I think I did 21 million on reset day, 10 million yesterday, which means in theory we'll do 5 today if that pattern's to continue. That's the theory at least anyway. Let's loot this. Let's clean this out. Now makes that now officially makes Taran Mill our wealthiest realm, I think. Oh, I bet we don't even have room for it, do we? We're out of space. We're out of space. I need to send. Let's send then. Ooh. I got. If I'm going to send a million bajillion. I know there's room for 4 million on this character. Let's go check real quick. Couldn't get any sales at all. But this is the difference, right? I noticed that on my home realm as well, it was a much slower day. Although I was still quite religious with keeping up with my cancel scans. Even though I was tired as all hell yesterday. The money was still sort of there. You just had to fight a lot harder for it. That's looted. That's empty. That's empty. Right. Good. This dude actually can go back to being my black market auction house fella. If we cap this dude out, because there's a good topic of conversation for today. There's a fantastic topic of conversation for today. It appears if the long boys are back. The long boys are back in town. The long boys are back in town. It appears like whatever the bug was that was preventing the long boy from turning up in the black market auction house has been rectified. Meaning that the long boy should start appearing in the black market auction house again, which is massive news. Long boys have never been gone. Every time I log in, I see one. I'm sure you do. I'm sure you do. Where's the... I think it was... Now, I'm trying to find where the screenshot was. I think I need to give credit to somebody in Zanzafong's stream. Or Zanzafong's... yeah, here we go. Here we go. Let's be careful I don't display a little bit too much here. You can see here, Hyjul EU yesterday. Reigns of the Mighty Caravan Brutosaur. Obviously, instantly capped. But nice to see that it's a thing. Ripped the guy who didn't bid gold cap for it. Yeah, it shows 2 bids on it, right? Who the hell saw the Reigns of the Mighty Caravan Brutosaur and didn't gold cap it instantly? Yeah, feels bad for that person. But it wasn't instantly as there was 2 bids. Well, yeah, true. But either way, good news to know. It might be back. It might be back. This is the first time the black market, the long boy has been seen since July of last year. So since July of last year, nobody has spotted it on the black market auction house, and it turned up again yesterday. Coincidence or not that it just happens to have happened very shortly after the most ludicrously explosive day in gold making history? I think not. Oh, we also have, welcome in Woo. We have a little update on Woo's magic sheet of info. This, let's see if we, hang on, let me do this properly. No, I can't do it much properly than that. We can see here, can we, fuck it, whatever. You can see here that we have a huge supply of these Pog Essences still. This was the supply all the way up until Legendaries hit, 9th of March, rank 7s. Boom! All of a sudden, 27,000 of them appeared. Over 10,000 of them magically appeared overnight. They didn't magically appear. This is not indicative of a buff to the drop rate or anything before people lose their minds. It's quite simply the fact that up until this point, there was a lot of people speculatively buying them. And by speculatively, I mean people were buying them without really good understanding of what their true value was or what the demand for them would be. So people were buying them, and then Legendaries hit, and then we really started to see, well, just how many Legendaries are selling. And it was clear very quickly that whilst Legendaries were selling very nicely, very, very nicely, that there was still more than enough Pog Essences to go around based on the amount that people had stockpiled away. I'm doing something a little bit cheeky on my home realm. I'm drip feeding Pog Essence into the market constantly so I can get a tally of who's buying them and when. Because I've got a lot of them on my main realm. In fact, I've technically got more of them that I need. I was one of the ones that speculatively bought probably too many. But I bought enough, and I'm happy to sit on them because I know I'll use them. But I'm slowly drip feeding them back in to try and get some indication to who's buying them. Because if I see people buying them, that's a really good indication that either they're buying them because they just think that they're cheap at that given time, or they've ran out and they're buying them to restock their legendaries, which gives me an instant indication to what their buy price is and what their crafting costs are. Sneaky, sneaky goblin work here. But the telltale from this is that the actual average region price is going up. People are actually paying more for them even today than they ever have done. But there's plenty more of them. This is probably people that, you know, they're buying off the auction house to craft something to then sell it instantly. They have no inventory level for these materials. They just buy what they need, craft what they need, buy what they need, craft what they need. Holding zero inventory and just cherry picking what they need and when they need it. The sale rate, ironically, is actually going down. The sale rate is going down, and this is not to be surprised. I'm not surprised by this either. The sale rate is going down because no longer are there those people that are just buying them speculatively. That entire thing is gone now. Nobody's buying them because they think they might be worth more. No, people are buying them because they need them to craft something. That's now the only people that are buying them. So the actual sale rate will go down now slowly to something a little bit more normal. I thought the price would drop more yesterday, if I'm honest, and the NA data's interesting. Their volumes fell, so clearly less farmers. I feel the supplies might end up bumping up on Wednesdays with patterns, just like Corthite, then dwindle through the week. We might end up seeing a similar pattern, yeah, we may do. The quantities generally, though, on the NA realms are just far less. And I think that is probably true, that there's just less farmers. There's less people out there. There's less herbalists. There's less miners. There's less people that are trying to play the game for free, generally. But it'll be interesting to see. It'll be very interesting to see how it pans out in the next few days. The thing is, though, is the legendary market's getting remarkably skinny. in terms of its profits now. On key items, those goblins that have everything are still in a really good position because there's a bunch of things that are still very, very valuable. But if you've got just the rings, just the capes, just the umberhide legs, your margin on what you're able to craft and sell is now very skinny, especially if you're buying materials off the auction house to craft on the same day. There'll be a one-time bump on Tuesday as the wait until I can fly crowd start farming. That's also a possibility. The ability to fly will create a spike in supply, I would imagine. Price should drop in theory next week since we get flying in ZM. Spike again in 2 weeks from now when we get two Legos. Yeah. Heavy callus hide ran out on reset day. I've been flipping heavy callus hide. I was flipping some heavy callus hide. I was buying it. My buy price on heavy callus hide was down in the 140 range, I think it was, and I was selling it out for like 210, I think, yesterday. Let me see. I guess it would be we could do resale, couldn't we? Heavy callus hide. Buying heavy callus hide down to as little as 140 a few days ago. Selling it out for over 200 again yesterday. So yeah, I've had some success even flipping heavy callus hide because it did get really cheap. Really, really cheap. But yeah, I'm kind of happy that we're in a mode now where we don't have to speculate about anything. We can just look at the data now, and the data will sort of, at least for the most part, speak for itself. Loads of supply is not dwindling. The likelihood is that the price is going to start dipping as the supply outstrips the demand for them. The only people buying them now are going to be people restocking. The sale rate is likely to dip. And we should, in theory, start to see some of the, how do I phrase this nicely? Some of the one-time in it for a quick buck goblins. Some of those people will start to run out of profit in their crafts, leaving the market back into the hands of the people that play the long game. The ones that, bought materials ahead of time, are happy to make sales at a slower pace, but at a more consistently. I, though, need to get my auction house in check. What I need to do is get to the bottom of my mailbox on Sylvanas and see how much we made over here. We definitely didn't do gold cap on Sylvanas yesterday, but I still think I did a few million gold over here. I was doing reasonably well with sales yesterday. But like I said, I've also been drip feeding Pog Essence back into the market. So quite a lot of the revenue I made was actually just flipping Pog Essence. If you're restocking now, craft costs are way high overall, especially on the high pops. Yeah, your materials are through the roof at the moment, which is why you can still take advantage of these markets, even if you're not directly selling the end product. You could not have a single legendary profession leveled up, yet you could still be making stupid amounts of money buying materials when they're at the cheapest and just flipping the materials. I wonder if I need to. I think I need to calculate. I need to get exactly 10 million gold on this dude, and sit him at the black market auction house. Brain think. How much have I got? 10,101 gold, 13 silver, and I have 67 copper. But I need to transfer off 30 copper is the mail, 37 copper would be what I need to send away. But I actually need to send 38 copper. God, I wish there was an easy way to do this. In fact, there is, isn't there? I've just remembered there is an easy way to do this. That should put me at exactly... Yes, now I need to send 1 million gold to this character. Some small creative accounting. Boom, there we go. Exactly gold cap to the penny. Let's get this dude to the black market auction house. Revendreth. Okay, where's my Hearthstone set to? I don't want to take flight paths because then that will cost gold. Nessingwary base camp. Nessingwary base camp? What the fuck is that about? How do I get to Revendreth without taking a flight path? I don't think I can I? Wow, that's a scam. Engineering portal. I don't have it on this character. He's a herbalist and miner. Huh. That's annoying, isn't it? Or do the flight paths from Oribos cost you gold? Genuinely never considered. They do? What a scamaz. What an absolute scam artist. Alright then, fine. We need to go here. Oh my god, it's going to cost me one. See that now we've worked it out, you see? Now we get to the root of the problem. Now we know why we have to fly through Oribos every time. You know why we have to fly through Oribos every time? Gold sink. How much do you reckon players overall have spent traveling through Oribos to get where they want to go? Rather than just flying there themselves. Invoke your streamer privilege and request a summon from your viewers. It's alright. I will send 1 gold and 15 silver my way. $1 gold, 15 silver. It's fine. I'll cover the cost. I can afford it. I can afford it just. Is it level 48 minimum to learn Shadowlands professions? Yes. Yes. Most of my bank characters are 48 alts with max level enchanting. Gold spent on travel is tracked in the achievements panel. Oh, it is. It is. Gold spent travel. Flight paths taken 31. Gold spent on travel 32 gold. It's on a character basis though, isn't it? That's the problem. What to do with all the gold I cannot loot from the mailbox? You have to do some creative accounting and send it to a character that's got room. Or just send it my way and I'll do it for you. An amazingly low 3.5k for me. Alright. There we go. There we go. Back to cap. Back to cap. Now the rank 7 hype is over though. Time to start thinking of what to expect from professions in 10.0. Well, we've got a 9.2.5 to come yet. My guesstimation is they might open the floodgates for legendaries in 9.2.5. Because let's look at what they did. Look what they did at the back end of Legion. And now I know the legendary system is not exactly the same as what it was in Legion, but what they did do though is open the floodgates for legendaries at the end, making it very easy for people to just collect all of them. Now we don't really have much of an incentive to craft all of them now. In fact, there's a massive incentive to not do it because of the ridiculous cost of the base items. But I reckon 9.2.5, they might basically just invalidate this whole Unity system completely before we've even got it. They're going to wait until we've got the Unity and we've crafted it and we've, min-maxed our gear. And then they're going to turn around and say, well, I tell you what, 9.2.5, just go crazy. Just equip 2 legendaries, whichever you want. Just go crazy. That's what I suspect that they might do. Because that's kind of what people wanted all the time, right? They didn't want one legendary to be specified by Blizzard and then allow you to equip another. No, that's boring. People want to just pair up 2 legendaries. Why can I not talk to this dude? Why can I not talk to the matron of the market? What's going on here? Hello? Oh! Well, there's a problem. I'm level 49. Oops. That's a slight problem. I forgot you have to be level 60. My farming character on Draenor is level 60. This isn't Draenor. Do I pay for a boost for this guy just so he can sit the black market? Or am I that lazy? Am I that lazy to pay for a boost for this dude rather than level him just so he can sit at the black market auction house? It's worth if I get the long boy out of it, isn't it? Oh, God. Alright, I'll come back to this in a minute. At least he's got the gold ready, right? I've done it the wrong way around. I've made the gold before I've leveled the character. You just made a gold cap in 2 days. I've actually made nearly 4 gold caps in the last 2 days. What did we do yesterday? 28 million? Oh, 28 million reset day. Over 10 million on Taran Mill yesterday. I'm yet to find out what I did on Sylvanas yesterday, because I can't get to the bottom of this mailbox fast enough. So yeah, I mean, arguably, it's not so much affording it. It's more a case of wanting to spend that amount of gold on some things that I could easily get in like a few hours. Oh, we're never going to get to the bottom of this mailbox. Okay. Wu made a very good point the other day that if I only had a couple more characters on Taran Mill, I could very easily start calling it home and treating it like home. The one reason I don't treat it like home is because I don't have enough characters to have access to all of the professions, and B, I don't have the past history of professions on these that I have on these characters. These 1, 2, 3, 4 characters at the top here, my druid, my mage, my paladin, my hunter, I've had these characters for literally so long now. Mass transfer them to TM. I've seriously considered it. But then that's the problem. Then I don't have crafters on Sylvanas as well. I'm very reluctant because the completionist in me. Move them to TM, keep them Alliance after 2.5. Yeah, that's a possibility. We might... I don't think I'm going to do anything before 10.0. But I might reconfigure everything before the new expansion. Because you go into a new expansion and it's a clean slate for everything, right? That's what I might do. Transfer TM crafters to Sylvanas. The irony is I could do that. I could just switch them over. Yeah. It feels totally pointless, but if you're moving somewhere, your Sylvanas characters, why not take them to another big server? There's also that. Kazakh is still on my radar of realms to explore too, because I mean it's another monstrous realm. It's in the levels of Draenor level silly, which is just could be quite fun. But yeah, I'm not too sure how I want to do it, because the completionist in me, the all the things collector in me, these characters, my hunter especially, has got probably close to 12 years of playtime on him. Meaning that, you know, he's achieved everything, done everything. I still would want this to be my main character, whichever realm I played on, that's the thing. Kazakh's too much effort, way underperforms Taran Mill and Draenor for me. Oh, that's an interesting viewpoint. A viewpoint from somebody I would definitely trust to have a good understanding of it as well. How does Kazakh not perform in relative terms then? It's just more cutthroat. Is it because it's home to a lot more goblins? Is it just a super competitive, overly competitive? It's interesting. Expand on more servers like some goblins here. It's got the PvP mindset, lots of goblins, super low margins and prices. Great for buying though, of course. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm very much... I'm slowly but surely wanting to go to the most lazy method of gold making ever. I'm feeling that that Shadowlands was my expansion for aggressive level crafting. Now, obviously, I can't make this decision until I at least get a sniff of what's coming in the next expansion. If they have anything like the legendary crafting system in the next expansion, it's going to be very hard to say goodbye to crafting. But what crafting does struggle with long term is being 110% efficient with it on multiple realms. There's no way I could cancel scan like a moron on multiple big realms at the same time. This is the problem. I've got a topic of conversation which I'm kind of saving for a video on how I think that this reset just gone, rank 7 launch, I think will probably go down in gold making history as one of the most explosive days ever, comparatively to things like Glyphmus, because the stars quite literally aligned. This reset just gone, and we're so close to it and we're still sort of living it, so a lot of people haven't really quite realized the impact that it has. But to put it in perspective, there are some people that sold so much on one day. They sold more on one day than they have made in quite literally years of effort prior to that. And it's not good for the game, but it's incredibly interesting to look at and analyze, and why did it happen. And the thing is, the reason so many were able to take advantage of it, because it wasn't, you know, when you consider the phrase stars align, when the phrase when stars align usually is referring to the fact that there's lots of random things that are out of your control that just so happen to all align up perfectly to create like a harmony type experience. Usually it's considered to be lots of random events. This time round though, we could predict it. And I feel that this is a direction that Blizzard might go a lot more. We were able to predict a long time in advance that this one reset that we've just had would end up being a monster. We could predict it, and we could plan for it, and we could take advantage of it. And I think we might see that sort of style more often. I think I'll try and get as much gold as I can now, and then go for the Samadan style of gold making. Slow and happy, and just enjoy the day after day. I would like to do that. I would like to do that, but I know I can't. I know that I can't do that. That's the problem. My playstyle just doesn't facilitate me being able to do that. Made 18 million profit this expansion, and 10 million of it in the last 2 days. Yeah. Yeah. I think I want to try and explain this a little bit more. So I think we might even need a notepad or a paint for this. I don't know if it's a bit early in the morning to be going this deep, but I don't think, unless Blizzard deliberately choose to have this happen again, we will see a day like we did this last reset. Simply because it was predictable, you could plan for it, and it was like making a Christmas. I don't know. Can I? Right. Basically. Whoa, that's seriously bright. Sorry, I'm just blinded everybody. You had these stacking layers. I think it's the best way I can describe it. Stacking layers of just craziness. So if you're making a Christmas cake, right? Or if you're making a cake in general, you got your table. There's your table legs. In fact, tables are brown, right? Tables are made of wood. Start again. Start again. No, I do not want to save. So we're gonna have our table. You got your table there, right? Now on this table, we're making ourselves a delicious chocolate cake. We're making a delicious chocolate cake. This will all start to make sense soon, don't worry. We're gonna make a delicious chocolate cake. We need a plate for the chocolate cake to sit on. Right. What usually happens most days, or we've seen big days such as, you know, patch launches. We've seen expansion launches, patch days. These sorts of things are quite clearly big days for crafting things, selling things, farming things, whatever. Really good days in history for gold making. But there's a few things that happened this last reset that just made it outrageously good, like beyond the level that we've ever seen good. And so if you're making yourself a delicious chocolate cake, we're gonna make your first layer of your delicious chocolate cake. Can we fill this in? Your first layer of your delicious chocolate cake is you know, your default stuff, right? Things that are, you see on a regular basis. Something new. The fact that there was something new is usually a good reason to allow people to make some sales, right? When there's something new kicking about, people are going to be all over it like a rash. When there's something new, you can pretty safely sell stuff, right? What we also had, though, on top of there just being something new, it got even better than that. We not only had something new, but we also had, on top of that, not only was it something new, it was also, let's fill this one in as well, it was also something everyone wanted. Something new and something that everybody wanted. Already this chocolate cake is starting to look pretty tasty, right? Let's fill this in. So not only something new turned up, being the rank 7s, something that everybody wanted as well. Now, obviously, when something new turns up, there's lots of people that want it anyway. But what was the one catalyst to this that made it so much? What emphasized the fact that what emphasized that everybody wanted it? Well, it was emphasized clearly by the fact that not only was it something that people wanted, it was actually, we can go one step further than just what people wanted. It was actually the best possible item in the game for those players. Literally BIS. Actually BIS. Best in slot. So not only was it something new, but everybody wanted it, and it was best in slot all at the same time. Now already you're layering up these advantages to do some crazy stuff, right? But there's more. There's more. There's more to this story that made it not just a good cake, but is going to make this the best cake you've ever seen in your life. The reason that there's even more is because, from a goblin perspective, for the people who are crafting and trying to sell things, there are a few things here that still stack on top of this. The next one that stacks on top, big barrier. How do you spell barrier? Is it 2 R's? That doesn't look right. IER. Big barrier to entry. Barrier. You know when you type something and it doesn't sound right? Double R IER. Alright, sure. Big barrier to entry. So your goblins, you had to take advantage of the rank 7s, you had to have not only your professions leveled, but you also had to have them significantly leveled. Now we're talking like 30 million gold leveled in some scenarios. If you were to get everything in place, right? Literally everything in place. Huge, massive barrier to entry there, which is almost the icing on the cake, right? But there's more. There's more. There's actually more to this. We have not completed the cake yet. There's even more. The one thing that I would like to put on top of this to continue our tiers of cakes, to make this the most lucrative day of sales ever. Why have I got one grey leg, by the way? Why did nobody tell me I've got a grey leg? Thanks for that, boys and girls. Appreciate it. On top of this, we also have, which has made it different to past events similar to this. We've had the fact that there's a little thing that I'm going to call zero friction. Is that how you spell friction? Probably. My spelling's terrible. There was zero friction. People had the ability to not only... The cake should be gold, shouldn't it, really? Should we make the cake gold? Fill yellow. We're going to make a golden cake. This is a golden cake. that... Hang on. My eyes. So, zero friction. What do I mean by zero friction? Well, quite simply, I now... by zero friction, I mean there was no limitation between somebody buying the item and actually using it, right? So the easiest way to explain this is to look at it comparatively. So let's take a look at what happened in 9.0. Let's take a look at what happened in patch 9.1. In those two patches, base legendaries have obviously been just ludicrous, right? Actually ludicrous. In terms of the fact that you could craft items that it was still something new, it was still something everybody wanted. In most cases, it was still best in slot, and there was still a big barrier to entry, but there was lots of friction previously. In 9.0, you could, in theory, craft a rank 4 base item almost instantly the game went live if you were to power level through it. The problem is there was 4 weeks from the start of the game before somebody could use that item, meaning that people had time, right? They had time to buy their base legendary items. There was no rush, there was no panic. They could buy them at their will. They knew that by buying their rank 4 base item, they were not going to have enough Torghast runs to farm enough Soul Ash to be able to turn that into a legendary anytime soon. So they could sit back, they could wait, they could let crafters craft, they could let the prices, you know, become competitive and come down, and they could cherry pick the time when they bought their legendary. Move forward to patch 9.1, the same thing happens again. In patch 9.1, we had rank 5s coming out first, and then only later on did we have rank 6s. But all at the same time, people were still farming for Soul Cinders. They softened the blow a little bit for the people for the people that wanted to make these legendaries. You didn't just have to do Torghast. You could get your Soul Cinders by doing your assaults over in Korthia in the Moor. There were other different ways to get it, but ultimately you were bottlenecked by this currency. You were bottlenecked not by your ability to buy the base item, but you were bottlenecked by Blizzard saying, right, you need X amount of this currency before you can craft the item. 9.1, none of that shenanigans. The Cosmic Flux, no biggie. People have got all the Cosmic Flux they ever need forever. They were literally waiting for that one day when the crafters got the ability to start making those items. And then they could buy their item, they could take it straight to the rune carver, and they could then, they were away, they were done. They literally buy from the auction house, straight to the rune carver, bang, 291, best in slot, thank you very much. This is probably the most, the biggest influence on why sales of this last reset were just mental, right? Simply the fact that this was never a thing before. There is a cherry on top. There is a cherry on top. We're gonna make a cherry on top for this. We need a little circle to make a cherry. There is a cherry on top. There's a cherry on top here that's not necessarily we're just gonna do. There's a cherry on top. Cherry on top of our little cake. Beautiful. Cherries are red, right? Of course cherries are red. Cherries are purple, technically. Let's fill it in purple. There we go. There's a cherry on top, right? The cherry on top, we'll put this over here because it didn't necessarily make all that much of a difference, but it definitely would have had some influence, is that people want to. This is the ridiculousness, right? There's the chance. Now, not everybody would have bought to, but people are going to want to. This was the cherry on top. Not only was there something new, not only was it something that everybody wanted, not only was it best in slot gear, not only was there a big barrier to entry to even be able to craft and sell these things, there was then zero friction for the people buying them, that they could basically, it was the equivalent of buying a 291 BOE for the majority, for most people. And then the cherry on top is there's the chance that people would want to buy 2 of them. Now, I don't know how many people this reset just gone actually bought 2 rank 7s. Raiders might have done, but the point is that their people were at the very least incentivized to want more than one of them. Which, it's just madness, right? Actually madness. This combination of, I don't know what you want to call them, layers of the cake, right? We have never seen before. Literally never seen before. And I don't think unless Blizzard deliberately orchestrate a system to make, you know, unless Blizzard take the recipe for this cake and want to start a cake shop, will we ever see this sort of system again. And this meant that people were making gold cap cakes, like banging out gold cap cakes. It's not just the golden cake, it's the gold cap cake. People that were able to take advantage of this to its utmost were just printing sales, and it was crazy. And I don't think we'll ever see anything quite like this again. But boys and girls, that was my little TED talk, my entirely improvised. I hope you like my cake. That was my little TED talk on why I think this last reset is the most aggressive gold making opportunity we have ever seen, and I don't think unless Blizzard deliberately structure it in that way will we ever see something like this again. Now, there's going to be some smaller cakes in the future, right? There'll be some smaller cakes in the future, but they will not have this exact same recipe to them. Sure, in a 2 weeks time, the second legendary properly unlocks, but by that point, a lot of the recipe for that cake is different. It won't be new to start with. It doesn't have that solid foundation of being new. People will have already had 2 weeks technically to wait for their rank 7 to come to the price that they're happy for. That, you know, you can't take the bottom layer off a cake and still call it the same cake. I don't like cakes. Alright, fine. Well, call it whatever you want, but it was just my my way of describing it. For the purpose of, if I cut and paste this onto YouTube, if you like the video, hit the like button, subscribe if you're new around here, and I'll catch you all next time. Peace. There we go. There's my footage of there's the YouTube TED talk done. But does that make sense to people? Does it start to make sense that this was a recipe for success that we could predict ahead of time, and we could plan for it, and many of us were able to really take advantage of it in a way that we've not really been able to do ever before. As I've said, lemmings running to catch an elusive carrot on the stick. Yeah, exactly. Makes zero sense. All I can think about is cake. Go get some cake then. Speaking of Soul Ash and Cinders, are they still on a weekly cap, or can you keep running it? You can just run Torghast. You just keep doing Torghast. You get the same amount of Soul Ash and Soul Cinders upon completion as many times as you can complete it. There's no restriction on them now. Not to mention there's also no weekly cap, but you can also send it to alts and do all sorts of funny stuff with it if you want. They really loved the system to prepare and make all of my gold that I want in a week and then never care. Can we find data on how many tokens were sold during the reset days? Is this the recipe not for crafters but for big token demand? Well, that could be a thing. Now, unfortunately, we don't know that information. We don't get told just how many tokens were bought and how much gold exchanged hands via the token on that one day. But I imagine it was probably quite a few. I'm pretty sure that Blizzards benefit greatly from the whole situation, since there's no way a regular player can make enough money to buy the legendaries without buying a token and selling it for gold. Yeah, see that? Yeah. This is the thing, right? Like I said, we've not seen anything quite like this before, and I equally don't think we'll see anything like this again, unless Blizzard realise what they've done. Who knows? Some clever clogs at Blizzard might very well have orchestrated this whole thing anyway. Some smart person might have put together this and might understand this way more so than any of us do. But the likelihood is this was just a happy accident for Blizzard. But what they probably will take from this is they'll go, I imagine that in 9.0, when they implemented the legendary crafting system, they saw just how many people bought tokens. You know, because I'm quite sure they'd be able to track this, right? Somebody buys a token, that's obviously tracked. They get X amount of gold for that token, and then they can probably see how long it takes for that player to then spend the gold. And if there's a matter of minutes between them getting the gold from the sale of that token and them purchasing a legendary, there's a correlation there that's hard to ignore. And I'm sure they tracked that very, very heavily in 9.0. Hence why in 9.1 they were like, how can we do this? In 9.1 they were like, well, how can we do this and do this twice? I know, we'll release 2 different ranks. Hopefully we'll get to double dip on it. We'll sell people 2 ranks to hopefully make them upgrade to 5 and then upgrade to 6. They might have then seen that they scuffed that system up, the fact that rank 5s ended up being a bit of a meme and everybody waited for rank 6s. And so in 9.2 they were like, you know what? The easiest thing to do is just to give 1 rank, but we'll top load it all into 1 day, and bang, out came the golden cake. We also benefited from the hindsight after 9.1 and 9.5, to be honest. If you planned us intently for those, you could have probably matched 9.2 numbers. I don't think you could, though. I don't think you could. You could have eventually, but you wouldn't have had the explosive 1 day. You wouldn't have had every layer in this cake. Because the way that 9.2 worked was that you could craft the base items considerably earlier than people were able to use them, and so the buyers had time to wait and buy. This time round, the people who wanted their legendary were waiting for the crafters. They were sat at the auction house waiting. There was a queue out. It's like an iPhone launch. There was a queue of people waiting outside the auction house ready to buy these rank 7s. The very second that crafters were able to start making them. And this is why it was as explosive a day as we will probably ever see. Somebody actually bought a 70k rank 5 today. Must have been a misclick. People are still buying rank 1 through till 7. I've seen it a few times. I've seen a couple of screenshots and I saw somebody buy a rank 4, 5, 6 and 7 off me. It's happening. People are still, you know, they're still working their way up. And it's the last week of Q1. They may need to get that $$ to show the shareholders profits. Maybe. The long queue of Vulpera tents in front of the auction house, I remember, yeah. But it was just it was interesting to think about. And I came up with this cake analogy yesterday, and I thought I would put it into practice today and hopefully try and explain it to you guys. And just try and highlight just how magical of a day it was and how unlikely it is to happen again. Unless, like I said, unless Blizzard are paying attention. Now, who knows? Maybe if I turn this into a video and put it on YouTube, somebody at Blizzard might look at it and go, "You're right. You know what? He's right. He's right. We've got a good recipe here," and they'll do it again. But I can't imagine. What I would like to say is, if you eat a cake this big, it's not healthy for you. To build on my analogy here, if you eat a cake that's this good, there's 10,000 calories in this cake. This cake is not healthy for the overall player base. You sometimes want to spread things out a little bit more. It's all right to have a big cake maybe once an expansion, but you can't be trying to replicate this big cake every patch. Otherwise you're going to burn your player base out, and they're all going to get fat, and they're all going to get indigestion, and they're all going to go play Final Fantasy 7 instead. Final Fantasy 7, 14. I was pretty exhausted after Wednesday, and I know you were as well. I'm still tired from it now, yeah. I don't necessarily know why it drained me so much, but that level of cancel scanning for that amount of time is equally not healthy for you. But we will put the cake away for now, and we will... Oh, I've been logged off. I will fix that in a minute. Let me desperately try and get to the bottom of this auction, this mailbox on this realm. Oh, we're nearly there, you know. 300 to go. I want to see how much I made on Sylvanas yesterday. Last patch, many people waited for a rank 6, ignoring the rank 5, but this time they knew that the rank 7 was going to be the final one. Yeah, they not only did they know that the rank 7 was going to be the final one, it was also a big enough upgrade to make it worthwhile in many people's eyes. Going from 262 to 291 is monstrous. Ironically, most people ended up buying the stupid ring, which means they don't really take much of a benefit of the item level. Ironies of ironies there. But either way, it's been a bit of a wild ride. Still happy and proud that I beat you to the goal. You did. You actually smashed it. Smashed it out the park. Kind of annoyed that I cannot play other parts of the game because I quote-unquote need to be at the auction house. Well, this is the thing, right? This is why I'm tending to lean more towards this this rotation of going 110% into, you know, putting all of my chips on black for one day, and because that will mean that, you know, in theory, you could have crafted... On Taran Mill yesterday, the realm is big enough to support people. I mean, Zanzafon did like 70 million gold in sales or something ludicrous on reset day. He focused on jewel crafting, though. Now, of that 70 million gold, he was making significantly less of a profit on that than somebody doing 30, 40 million gold. But either way, that doesn't take away from the fact that 70 million gold in sales was had by one player. I mean, if you quantify the amount of goblins on the realm, there was probably more than 1 billion. Was there more than I don't know, maybe that's a little extreme, but I mean, there was definitely 4, 5, probably 600 million gold worth of sales. Just on legendaries on that one day. These realms now are big enough to support doing just monstrous things on them. That maybe going just laser focusing, putting all your efforts into one day and just having a massive blowout on one day will then mean that you can then turn around and go, you know what, I am done. I made my 50 million. Now I'm done for the rest, literally the rest of the expansion. And arguably, this is how I dealt with BFA. I made, it seems silly to say it based on what the numbers we've been looking at recently, but at the beginning of BFA, I think I made about 9 million gold, something like that, on Dark Moon cards in the first week or so of BFA. And then I just basically stopped gold making from then on. I made enough gold very early on with Dark Moon cards to just coast through the rest of the expansion. many people will have done something similar with this. The amount of gold that they've just made off rank 7s on this one day will allow them to sit back and basically never ever have to worry about gold making ever again. They can buy anything that they want at any point on as many characters as they like and be set. Put it all on green 0 for the big gamble. Well, yeah, that's it. That's kind of the right way to look at it. I bet Wednesday bumped the cost of a Spectral Tiger by at least 10%. I bet it did, you know. I bet it did. They're already like 140 million or something ludicrous, aren't they? Off to work, 24-hour shift. Man, I don't know how you do those. Catch you later, Derp. Enjoy the rest of your day. If it's possible to do with a 24-hour shift. I wonder what kind of gold sync will be introduced in response to the extreme amount of golds some now have. I don't know. It does exacerbate the problem that Shadowlands has had, though, of it's just filtering all of the gold up to the top. All of the gold is being sucked dry from the average player and sat in the pockets now of just a handful of people. But we'll yeah. I mean, it used to boosting almost used to do, as much as I hate to say it, the boosting community used to facilitate some way for these. Now, I know boosting doesn't necessarily take that gold out of the game. It's just transferring it from one player to another. But at least it was moving, right? You need some movement there. If people are making tens of millions of gold and then having literally nothing to do and are just sitting on it, there's yeah, I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. Isn't the act of filtering a gold sink kind of by itself? If just one of those people at the top stops playing the game, that's a massive gold sink. There is that. Just the natural churn of player base. If somebody, you know, accrues tens of millions of gold and then they just stop playing, yeah, arguably that gold has not technically been deleted and could be reintroduced to the economy the second that they reload up their account. But what if they never reload their account? Yeah, it's true. It's a gold sink, sort of. BFAce took some of the gold from the game with the Brutasaur and the Azurite armor respecs. I see a lot of people look at the Brutasaur and they claim that to be like a really big gold sink for the game. It really wasn't. It really wasn't. Mainly because what people snooze on is the amount of gold that leaves the game via the auction house. You know that 5% auction house cut? That's a thing. The auction house cut is significantly. Zanzafall did 70 million gold in sales a couple of days ago. 5% of that value, poof, out the game, instantly. A single mount of 5 million gold is a massive amount of gold to one single player, but it's a drop in the ocean relative to the amount of gold that's in the game. The auction house accounts for like hundreds of millions of gold leaving the game every day. Just think of all of the arboreal shards. Yeah, oh goddamn, yeah. Arboreal shards have done a much better job than the Longboy probably ever did. The black market auction house definitely has its place. The more people that have the ability to drop gold cap on something that they really want is also a good way of doing it. Yeah. Oh, looks like we've cleaned the mailbox over here. What was sat in it? What did we end up on yesterday then? Let's get these last ones listed. What did we do? What did we do? Oh shit. Okay. Okay. I sold considerably more than I expected on Sylvanas. Huh. Oh, well, I'll take it. Just over 4.3 million yesterday. 4.3 million on Sylvanas. Which, that goes to show, right? You have high highs on the big realms, but they dip very quickly. I did 7 million on reset day and 4.2 yesterday. That's a lot more than I expected. Is there anything? Is there just a few? What's going on here? Where did it come from? Now, if I take out the Pog Essence that I've been flipping, there's probably 1 million of that is just me reflipping Pog Essence by the looks of things. Selling it for as low as 17,000 gold a piece. It's because the rank 7s that we do sell, when we do sell the rank 7s, they're still like an average of 150k a piece. That's probably why. Yoink. You paid 1.4 million in auction house tax on reset day. There we go. That's a good way to look at it. $1.4 million of my hard earned just went straight out of the game. Right, where does that put me? How does our... Oh, our graph has not done an update. Let's do a reload, because the game's having a bit of a heart attack that one of my characters isn't logged on anyway. Can Twitch stop changing the stream quality already? If you focus, I've noticed Twitch for some reason, if you then have, if your focus is on another application, it automatically starts dropping the quality for some reason. Really annoying for people that like to keep a stream open and don't have it focused on. I wish Twitch had stopped that, yeah, I agree. Right, bunch of expireds I need to get relisted here. Oh, sold Bone Shattered Greaves a little while ago. 175. Drip feeding some Pog Essence back into the market. 50k for a rank 6 Bone Shattered Greaves. Why do we think that we sold a rank 6 so quickly after selling a rank 7? Not sure. That wasn't the button I was looking for. This was the button I was looking for. Okay, the graph doesn't know what the hell's going on. Why is there a massive dip here? Why did it go from 29 down to 24 to then up to... What's going on here? Oh, it's probably not paid attention to the fact that I had to send some gold off this character. Alright. 34 mil. I'm just trying to work out how close we are to our 70 mil. 34 on Sylvanas. Against... 34 on Sylvanas. 34 on Taran Mill. 70 mil. 30 to go. 30 to go. it keeps going like this, I'll have to make my own media site. Just need a small loan of $1 billion. You don't anymore. You don't anymore. Amazon will sell you the service. You can basically make a copy paste of Twitch through Amazon web video services nowadays. It's part of the reason Amazon bought Twitch in the first place. They didn't buy Twitch because they thought of it as a good investment. They bought Twitch because they wanted the technology behind Twitch to be able to replicate it and sell it to other people. Amazon Web Video is basically Twitch, is the source code for Twitch that allows any General Joe to make a website equivalent of. Right, okay. Let's get the rest of these listed then. Twitch source code was leaked as well. Yeah, it was. Probably because they left a back door open. Right, if I can get my auctions up and running, I can do a little bit of a recraft that I wanted to do on some basic stuff. And I equally want to just... Friday is usually the day that I would like to be just playing a different game, chilling out, doing something different on a Friday. We've tried that a few times. Although I do want to be playing WoW today. Although I might just take it easy, take it casual, and play a little bit of Zereth Mortis on my main for an hour or two today. I've done more than my fair share of cancel scanning in the last few days. More than my fair share. It's like the GearBest hack, one of the largest web shops in the world, casually forgot to put a password on their database with over 800,000 users' credit card details in it. Oops. Oops. Somebody probably lost their job over that one. Or you'd hope somebody lost their job over that one. You can start Shadowlands at 48, but you need to do them more. Anyone for there's yes, annoying, isn't it? Very annoying. If you wait until 50, you can take the skip, but you have to have leveled up 2 more levels. Annoying as all hell. Let me log my main account on. Give me. I need an AFK screen, don't I? Hang on. Be right back. I'm still here. I just need to not accidentally type my password into something. Where's my authenticator? That one, 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 that one. Invalid code. For fuck's sake. Where's the Manthe pool screen? I don't know what happened to that, actually. I'm not sure. I think that might have been when I was using Streamlabs OBS, and it probably didn't make the transition to regular OBS. Hey, what we selling? Rank 6s. Shadowgast arm guards for 90k on a rank 6. Don't mind if I do. Do not mind if I do. Breaking news, Mantis's password is password. Tell the authorities. I was going to say passwords, far too many digits, right? 1, 2, 3, job done. Oh, that's what I wanted to do. That's what I wanted to do. I wanted to sneaky find out who's buying all my Pog essences. Oh, that's very handy to know. That's very handy to know. The people buying my Pog essences are all... Even Lazy's buying them off me. The people buying my Pog essences are very heavily my direct competition for legendaries. Hang on. Time to order some lunch. Delivery. Hang on, I'm gonna mute mic and take off camera for a minute, boys and girls. Hang on, back in 2. We'll put that one up, and we'll turn you off. Right. World's quickest lunch delivery sorted. Where both myself and the wife are feeling remarkably lazy today, so we're ordering lunch again. We just need to pay for it. Come on, quickly now. There we go. Go, go, gadget. Bingo. Lunch is on its way. God, I love home delivery. Where are we at to, though? Where are we at to? Right. Yeah, this is quite interesting. The people... Now, there's a possibility, obviously, here, that people are just chipping away at ones that they think are cheap. But it also gives me a strong impression that people either A, don't have that many, and are buying them as they need them, which puts me in a really strong position price-wise. I was not necessarily expecting my direct competition to be the ones buying these Pog essences, but if they want to, they're welcome to them, because my buy price was really good. And I also think this realm has too many of them to support the price where it is currently. So, what was I actually trying to do? This button, followed by this button, followed by this button. But yeah, I actually, I've got a little bit of shaping fate to do. I need to make sure I'm keeping not like, you know, not grinding reputation, but at least keeping up with what's going on. I probably need to also check today that we have everything in place for flying. Where's the flying achievement? This one, unlocking the secrets. Tales of the Exile and a means to an end. A means to an end is the campaign quest. I need to get Tales of the Exile finished. I need to go find part 5 and part 6 of this. I need to go... I know where they are. I just need to go and get them. So I need to make sure that's a thing that we do. I need part 5. Part 5 and part 6. There we go. Do that in a minute. I should maybe just whisper one of my competition and see if they want to buy a bulk of Pog Essence off me. I'll just do them a deal on 100. Has anybody been keeping an eye on the 262 market though? Not legendaries, the BOEs. 262 crafters market. Is that dead in the water now? I worry for that market. The fact that the material price is going to be so high for those items. My realm, they went up to 50k. See, that's not surprising, right? Because all of a sudden the Pog Essence is worth more, and the Pog Essence is then, you know, there's double use for it. Oh no, that's not what I wanted. Why has TSM decided to die halfway through my cancel scan? Alright, well, we'll do a reload there then. I've not looked at recrafting any 262s for a few days due to the madness. But that might be something we have to pay a bit of attention to. Sold a 262 ring for 130 and some others for 60. Oh, damn, okay. What's, oh, we never posted over here. Let's see what's going on Taran Mill for those. I've never actually bothered to craft them over here. Even though I've unlocked them, I've never actually crafted them. Let's take a little look at... oh, okay. There's room in these. 30,000 gold for a deadly Sinvir ring. Of which, obviously, your Pog Essence can be... See, I'm in a position on Taran Mill now where I think I've actually burnt through most of my Pog Essence that I bought. Meaning I'm in that same boat of just buying what I need when I need it. It's worth for those that has the time to compete on cancel scans. Well, this is actually why I loaded up my second bank character on Taran Mill, because I kind of want this bank character to do... I might just move my rank 7s to this one character and have all of my rank 7s on one character, and then my other bank character can be dealing with things like the 262 market and just lower rank legendaries and everything else in some sort of normal fashion. Meaning I can hopefully chip away a little bit at both markets. See, these prices still seem good enough to facilitate. The question I have though is a 262 bit of gear worth this amount of money to people? And that's the problem. One thing that you have to remember is that for the most part, the market value for an item doesn't care about what it costs you to craft it. Meaning that the craft cost of these 262 pieces is going to put them at a, you know, Pog Essence plus a bit price. Now, are people going to see value in that? Maybe. I've had some sales at 50 to 100k for the 262 gear on reset day. Okay. I might then maybe look at I might then look maybe at making at least, I don't know, one of everything, just to try and, you know, hoover up some sales without too much of a significant risk. I know or at least I feel very much that the Pog Essence price is destined to head south in the next few days. Although, I am surprised to see just how well it's held up. I'm still of the opinion that there's a lot of Pog Essence in the back pockets of some people. Some people who will start to get pretty itchy to sell it before too long, especially when they start to see the price go. See, this is the thing, right? As long as the price holds stable, it's all right. As soon as the price starts to dip, people spot that dip and they try to dump, and then all that actually does is aggravate the dip and make it dip faster. Wait, people want speed on their 262. I know PvP people will buy at least a verse high ring with speed. I've heard this actually. I've heard this a lot, that the PvPers are actually really keen on these speed gear because it works in PvP. Simply for the fact that, you know, you can either get away from somebody or you can catch up to somebody. I would imagine that it's actually in PvP a little bit more powerful than we're probably giving it credit for. Constantly getting 40 to 50k sales on those, trying to put enhancements on that are not so popular, even if they are better than the main stat orb, like the avoidance one or speed. The ironies of ironies being that the main stat one is a bit of a bait. You know, on paper the main stat one you would assume to be better. In reality though, the main stat Pog enhancement is actually a bit of a meme. It sims well. It would sim well, and you know, at face value you're like, well, how can more main stat not be a good thing? The problem is you have to pick up the stupid orbs to get the buff, of which is not necessarily easy to do. Especially when they're not even easy to see in the first place. The avoidance one is actually appearing to be the preferred method by some. Because flat avoidance is just a nice flat passive. Plus you then get the healing on it periodically. Which is a nice... People want they want it to be a passive. They're not looking for something that they actively have to do something with. Avoidance and the movement speeds ones are better. Yeah, see, that tends to be the direction that people are going in. People don't give a shit about avoidance or healing, though. They want deeps. Well, they do. They do, but the reality is that those that come in, those that start looking for that piece of gear with the right stats on it, also probably are aware at this point that they're probably aware that the plus main stat one doesn't really work quite the way that people planned for it. Which one do I need? I need part 6. Movement speed is something everybody wants, though. It just depends on whether people want to give up DPS for it. It's an interesting conundrum. Now, the annoyance is that if I want to recraft these items through TSM, I can't put enhancements on them, which is a bit of an annoyance, but go on, Pokepot, do your thing. Give me a, oh, what's this, a rare one? Reduces your damage by 10%. Oh, when Pokepok possesses a Coreless Scarabid, it reduces your... Oh, so it's Pokepok's got to do a thing. Boring. Avoidance by 10%. Do I have any gear? I've got a shoulders with one of these sockets on. But that's a boring one. We'll just use that for now. Is the Is the what's the word I'm looking for? Is that poison related one still broken? I can't remember what it's called. Toxic amalgamation or something. I can't remember what it's called. Yeah, the main stat is yikes. I've also crafted yesterday a set of plate and necks. Rings with the damage proc on taking damage. Seems to be good for tanks from what I've read. Curious if they sell. The problem is it's really hard to track because you can't even, you can't even track easily which ones you've sold because TSM can't differentiate. I mean, it can't even differentiate between the item level when something sells. Never mind the exact combination of what it was. The only way you can do it is by knowing, by a lot of manual, right, I'm going to craft one of everything and then I'm going to track which ones have sold kind of thing. It's the our accounting is not great for these. So I'm very tempted to ignore the min-maxing aspect of it and just craft them with nothing and hope I can catch those people that just, just want it for the item level. But, yeah, I don't know. I went AFK and you spoke about stuff I wanted to know. Sorry, man. You can always ask these questions again, I don't mind. Don't forget there's always the VOD. Go subscribe to Mantheus TV on YouTube. I really do need to start promoting my my VOD channel a little bit more so. I need to do I've really got to find a balance. I'm struggling with the balance between with YouTube and Twitch. We've put in some bonkers level hours streaming recently. Yet on that basis, my YouTube has suffered because of it. I need to find a happy medium between streaming and YouTubing. Bingo. There we go. So now I'm all ready for flying next week, which is what we wanted. We can next week when a means to an end. This is the next chapter of the campaign, which we get next reset. That will then unlock flying for us. Good. As we're all the way over here, maybe we should go kill the world boss. A lot of people don't care about being good. They want to look good on the DPS charts. That's true. Maybe after how many weeks have we been in Zereth Mortis now? On my main character, do you reckon I should explore this last corner of the map maybe? I've still never been over here on this character. Because never needed to for my rep grind. Never needed to come to this corner of the map. There we go. Explore Zereth Mortis. Only took me 14 days. 15, 16 days. What a noob. What an absolute noob. Do I have a domination key? Or dominance key? Probably not. Don't you need a bunch of things to make a dominance key? Yep. Probably not. Oh look, I've got a whole bunch of Pog essences in my bag. 40 of the things. Should probably do something with them. Hang on, what's this? Sandsworn key. No, that's not the right one. Dom Key's a rare drop. Okay, we'll get that eventually. Is flying account wide? Yes. Yes. Unlock it on 1 and you're good to go. Thing with flying in Zereth Mortis is I don't care about flying in Zereth Mortis when I don't want to go to Zereth Mortis. Yes. They seem to have this kind of weird habit of giving you the thing that you want just after you no longer want to be doing the thing anymore. I mean, by the time people get exalted, they'll be able to get the unlimited Vantis rune. Now, the time it's going to take people to get exalted will probably be longer than it takes them to need to use Vantis runes. Not Vantis runes, sorry. You know what I'm talking about. The stupid Veiled Augment runes. You know, the unlimited Veiled Augment rune will kick in just after people probably don't need it anymore. And one of the Paragon quest rewards, the Paragon chest reward, is the wormhole upgrade. So not only do you need to hit Exalted, you have to continuously grind 10,000 reputation per Paragon box to hope that you get the wormhole upgrade, which means by the time you get the wormhole upgrade, you absolutely definitely never need to come back to Zereth Mortis ever again. What is the point? It's such madness. It's actual madness. Here, have the thing that you want just after you actually need it. It makes no sense. The raid? Yeah, but by the time you're exalted, you're probably done with a raid. Let's be honest. If not, if you're that lazy, you just wait for a summon to the raid anyway. You know, that's a warlock job. Let's be real. Unless, of course, you are the warlock, but... how many realms do you plan to set up until the end of the expansion? I've got one realm with Legos done and preparing a second. I want to start a third one too, but probably without Legos. Just a few recipes and get it ready for 10.0. While I'm currently Lego complete on 2 and profession ready on a third. I will probably, we'll see how patch 9.2 goes and what my schedule looks, because my schedule's a bit different to others because I focus heavily on PTR and betas and this sort of stuff from the content creation side of things. So my 9.2 probably won't actually last that long compared to 9.2 for everybody else. 4 realms, maybe 5 realms was my initial goal for Shadowlands, is what I wanted to do. If I expand to any more realms than what I'm currently on though, I will use every hack and cheat and exploit in the book to do it fast. So in other words, I will basically make characters, probably boost characters, give them a whole bunch of gold and then transfer them to the new realm. I will use as much of the gold that I already have to speed up the process. Because for reference, when we started on Draenor, technically I think when did I start my adventures on Draenor? I can't remember. I think we started our adventures in Draenor in about November, and I've passively been chipping away at it slowly. It's taken us a couple of months to get up and running on Draenor, in between doing everything else. Meaning that I don't want it to take a couple of months to get set up on a realm. I would rather use gold, do it fast, and get it done kind of thing. The reason it took so long to do Draenor is because I started at 0. I started with no gold on the realm, so the first million is always the hardest and most time consuming to get. Now, arguably, I could have just farmed for 30 hours. But I can't think of anything more painful than farming for 30 hours, so... So yeah, if we move to Kazakh or Twisting Nether or any of the other big realms out there, what I will probably do is just, you know, load up a character. Maybe, well, obviously, guild transfers don't facilitate moving that much gold at the moment, but if guild transfers come back, we might look at doing something, but... Otherwise, boost a character, get his professions in order, give him 1 million gold, fill his bags with stuff, and then send him on his way. Is probably the way I'd approach getting up and running on a new realm now. Use the shortcuts. That's the thing in these kind of games for a long time. Path of Exile, with its last league, was the first game who changed this system. You get the stuff you want while you progress, not after the progression. Yeah, it just seems a bit weird to be given the rewards, you know, after you no longer need them. It's not so logical. You want a third full pop or try a high pop realm? One that's a bit chiller like Stormscale or Ragnaros? Well, I have that already. Sylvanas is already my realm for that. Sylvanas is the realm. I'm a big fish in a small pond on Sylvanas. I have everything at my disposal. And it's, whilst it technically states itself to be a high pop realm, it plays often more like a medium pop realm nowadays. So I kind of already have that. And it's very safe to say that my playstyle naturally prefers the full pop experience. I want to be, you know, I want to spend 2 or 3 weeks planning for 1 day of monstrous sales. That's more my style of play now. And that's for a couple of reasons. It fits my personal play style quite well, but it also aids with the content creation thing, right? I want to be able to spend a couple of weeks going absolutely mental once every 3 or 4 months. I want to go crazy for a couple of weeks and do everything possible in a couple of weeks and then take a step back. Sylvanas I have to constantly be chipping away at stuff with because it's got that kind of medium pop mentality. I can't expect to make 20 million gold in a day. I have to, you know, you have to play the long game on the medium pop realms, on the high pop realms. On the full pop realms, you can plan ahead, you can see what's coming, and then you can just go mad for a couple of days, make 30, 40 million gold, and then peace out. Would you not think of yourself as the pond in Sylvanas? With the amount of materials I'm holding onto right now, yeah, I am almost the pond, yeah. Sylvanas, I think, should be displayed as medium. It has half the population of Ravencrest and Stormscale that are also marked as high. I don't know what Blizzard's, you know, cut-off points are regarding the population. But the thing is, Sylvanas has got a smaller population, but the population that is still there is quite dedicated to it. Because back in the day, Sylvanas was a big realm. It was top 10 realm for a good while. It was the home of Method for a long enough time that had a bit of a rub off on people's impression of it, which ironically is the reason that I was there in the first place. I was like, right, well, the biggest guild in the world at the time is on that server. I'm going to go and sell them all the stuff. But obviously they moved on and they went Horde and stuff happened. Well, I like the sales of a big realm. I really want to eliminate cancel scanning, so I need to either find markets that go without it or go for fewer, or go for lower pop realms. Yeah, this is also a conundrum. I don't particularly like cancel scanning. But if I am going to do cancel scanning, I would much rather do cancel scanning on a realm to where it is worthwhile doing cancel scanning, if that makes sense. You know, like the last couple of days, cancel scanning on Taran Mill, incredibly worth it. But generally, cancel scanning is not that worth it. We need to do some shenanigans on this one. That one. No, I've balls this up. Try that again. Is that just one? We can do those. There we go. There we go. Hang on, where's my food at? The rider has picked up your food. Food's going to be here in a minute. Sylvanas has much better sales than Ravencrest. Like I said, it's hard to... It's. Can I do this again? Oh. Lacks the energy to harmonize with the cache of creation. Does he? Where is he? Who stole my... Where's Cocoa Pops gone? Where's my Cocoa Pops gone? Do you lack the energy? Why have you only got one energy, you dick? Where's all his energy gone? Stupid thing. What was I saying? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if Sylvanas really does have better sales than Ravencrest. I think the picture I paint is deceptive. Because I don't think the average goblin would make anywhere near as much gold on Sylvanas as I do. The reason I do, though, is because I've had every single legendary leveled up since the first month of the expansion. And I've cash cowed that realm pretty hard. And have everything, literally every profession leveled up. It's all, you know. There's no market that's left untouched. I've literally dominated every angle on that realm now. Which, I'm not going to lie, makes the whole experience a little bit boring. I prefer the journey getting there. This is why I've actually enjoyed playing on Draenor. Because I do kind of quite like that journey of like fighting for sales initially. Focusing on turnover to get, you know, just to sell lots of little things to build up your gold value, building up your inventory. The journey I kind of quite like. I know if I just took 10 million gold to a realm with a bunch of crafters, I'm actually shortcutting the bit that I quite enjoy. I kind of enjoy it, but it's time consuming and it's not fun for other people to watch or experience, and there's not really anything to learn from doing the early grind, which is why I probably wouldn't do it again. Not because I don't enjoy it, but just because there's no real benefit to doing it. And to add to all of that, I'm not trying to fill my days with World of Warcraft. I'm deliberately in 9.2 not going too far out of my way to find things to keep me busy in World of Warcraft. I want 9.2. I'm kind of quite happy that I'm in a position that, apart from the 2 crafters on Draenor, my rep grind is done. And I need to focus nothing other than progress on this main character now in 9.2. And then craft and sell a bunch of shit. I kind of want to get to a point in 9.2 quite quickly where I consider it done. It's such a hard thing to achieve in World of Warcraft when you enjoy gold making, because there's always something you could be doing. But I want to get to a point where I'm, you know, just kind of done with 9.2. I want to play other games. I want to start making content for other games. I have a Mantheus Squared channel that I want to start developing on, putting some games on, getting some content done for, branching out a little bit further than just World of Warcraft, because I'm very aware that if I want content creation to maintain itself as a profitable career path for me, I need to diversify more than just World of Warcraft for that to happen. I don't want to rely on the success of a game by Blizzard to pay my bills. That's not really, it's just not, you know, it's not sensible. I love having every profession, crafting everything, glyphs, toys, mounts, enchants, pots, etc. But I think I might be past the point of setting up all the characters and the patterns for it on a new realm. I also find this too, I enjoy that a lot as well. I really enjoy going back and collecting things and making sure I've unlocked all the patterns. The problem is, I've found recently, is there's now just too much. There's now just too much. Like, if you actually do try and craft a little bit of everything and sell a little bit of everything, before you blink, literally before you blink, you've got 4,000 auctions listed. And that's just too much. You then end up spending all day just relisting auctions, which in and of itself is not fun. So this is another. I would like, and this is why I'm not sure if I ever will go back to like crafting past expansion stuff, because as much as I like doing it, collecting the patterns and the recipes and stuff, to craft the item and have it not sell as fast as a current expansion craft. I mean, look at people that have focused on transmog for years, right? The transmog market is basically considered a market that unless you have 2,000 or 3,000 items, you're unlikely to make sales. And of which 50% of that very quickly ends up being, you know, let's spend an hour just relisting these 5,000 transmog items, which isn't, in and of itself, isn't fun. Now, yeah, the auction, it was much easier back in the day to have huge amounts of auctions, because you could just spin your mouse wheel and, hey presto, 30 seconds later everything was posted. The landscape has changed. The landscape has changed. And this is kind of why I mean, I said this at the beginning of the expansion and I still haven't really got round to it properly. This is kind of why I wanted to get into pets, because it allows me to do something cross-realm. In theory, requires almost no cancel scanning at all. Over time, you can build up or you can level up, I should say, the things that you do sell. You know, I would probably step into the pet market not giving a goddamn hoot about anything less than like 50k. If the pet doesn't sell for like more than 50k, I'm probably not interested in it. And I can do that because I could take the gold I already have and I could buy the pets and I could spread out and I could do it slowly over time with almost no necessity for cancel scanning, while still feeling like I'm leveling up what I'm doing and having fun doing it at the same time. Because then it moves into a market where you're kind of hunting for deals and it feels more sort of brokerish. And I think I think I'll just enjoy it a lot more. What are your thoughts on having buy orders similar to other games instead of the current auction house system? I'd love something like that. I'd love something like that. But the problem is that there is almost no way you could build that into the game without facilitating a complete rework to how the auction house works. It would yeah, it would be nice. But if they plan to take this crafting in the direction that it's going, if they want to have base recipes that you can then customize 20 different variations of that base recipe, that is there when things like buy orders become really powerful. You know, somebody could then say, right, I want a 262 with double haste and speed buff on it. And somebody could take that button, somebody could fulfill that specific buy order. That would be a nice pairing. Now, how you streamline it and TSMify it or whatever, I'd have no idea, but we'd work that out eventually. The yeah, buy orders I think are a system. I mean, buy orders are something that people have wanted in WoW for years. I just don't think Blizzard have any desire to change a system that in their eyes is working perfectly well. Just because we've utilized the living crap out of it and the meta has become cancel scan like your life depends on it, which is not really fun for those of us that are trying to min-max the auction house. But for everybody else, it's kind of, it just kind of does its thing. The fact that they did an auction house redesign at the beginning of BFA, although they were kind of forced to do it, they were kind of forced to reevaluate the auction house in BFA, because it was literally grinding servers to the floor, the amount of interactions and server load that the auction house was bringing with it. They kind of had to make the change to the auction house there. I don't think it's the high on Blizzard's priority list though, to reevaluate how the auction house and the economy works in the game, because for as long as they can incentivize people to buy tokens, in their eyes it's working as designed. When Blizzard redesigns the auction house, they should think of it in a way that doesn't require TSM anymore. Well, I think that they probably would go in that direction, yeah. Right, where are we at? Let's get a cancel scan on the go over here before we start doing more world quests. I was going to say, have we been selling anything? A couple of rank 6s. Oh, it appears I've done a cancel scan over here. Sad Panda Legos have fallen under crafting cost. Obviously, some planned goblin who has farmed materials cheaper. Yeah, there's a good chance that in the next couple of days, this is what I foresaw happening as well. There's a good chance that those that bought their materials way in advance have the ability to bring the price down to like 1 gold less than what it costs you to buy the materials here and then. And then that basically deletes the rank 7 market for most casual players. I expect that's how it will be over the most of the weekend. Those that bought materials ahead of time will bring the prices to a point where they can continuously sell. They will then have greater success selling. They will still be making some profit, and then once they're done, then people can do whatever the hell they want. But it will be an opportunity for people to sell through their last bit of stock from pre-purchased materials. We should have all just agreed to sell at 1 million just to keep rank 7s hostage. If only that sort of thing could be possible. It's really not. A couple of items have dropped to cost on my realm as well. It's a big loss at current restock costs. This always happens. This always happens with these new markets. That people craft a bunch of stuff and then are more keen to get rid of their stuff quickly as well. Hang on, be right back. Alrighty. Lunchtime. Lunchtime. Let's move you out of the way. Alright, let's throw up this. There we go. We'll do some nom noms on some food. Post. Post. Maybe we'll take a little bit of a look at some of the prices for some of these things in a minute. Tasty, tasty. Okay. Hang on, be right back. Where are we at to? Good old Subway have managed to forget our drink order. So I'm trying to rectify it so that they send me a drink or refund me a drink or something. Right, let's get these posted though. With the proper auction house setup, you can do real life stuff whilst cancel scanning. I mean, you can. You can. Technically. Oh, hang on. I've still got expireds here. Oh, no I haven't. I lied.
Looking for something special?
Bruto's back on the black market auction house. By the looks of things, yeah, we're going to have to make sure that I have a couple of characters positioned at the black market. The annoying thing about the black market auction house for me is that the reset on it is like stupid o'clock in the. It's like just gone midnight for me. They refresh the black market auction house, which means it's usually not too much of a problem for me being awake at that time anyway. But I have to be actively thinking about doing something. That's not the time of the day where I want to be thinking, right, now I need to check this, and it's, you know, super time critical.
Hello there.
Why, hello there. Hooded guy, welcome in. Good to see you. And thank you very much, Lizwen, for the ads suggestion. I should run some ads, to be honest. I do kind of forget. Pretty sure it was bugged and fixed with 9.2. Yeah. The black mark, the Bruto's not been seen for months, and it randomly appeared again the other day. So hopefully they have fixed it. Made 2 orders of ads, got none from the beans. Sorry. If it's a busy day, if it's a big day, I don't particularly like playing ads because it detracts from what we're doing. Although now, while I'm eating and doing nothing more than cancel scanning, it might not be a bad time to play some ads. I don't particularly like showing you guys ads unless I have to, though. Hope I can get Gold Cap before it pops up on my realm. Yeah, with the boosting services being in long-term hiatus in many cases, average Joe might have a better chance of getting what they want off the black market auction house nowadays as well. You want more than gold cap, so to not be stranded without gold. True, but let's be honest. It's some people's ultimate goal. So once they get it, they'll just be like, "Oh, done now." Excellent. Not been undercut for 5 minutes. Maybe you've been banned. Maybe you've been shadow banned. Blizzard's put you in your own mini little realm with just you playing with yourself. That would be funny, actually. That would be funny if that's, instead of banning the bots, I've thought this for a while. Instead of banning the bots, what if they just made, what if Blizzard just made a shard, a realm where you would get, all the bots would be transferred to. It wouldn't appear as if they've been banned, so they'd continue to keep doing what they're doing. But they're, you know, they're just, there's nobody there. Oh my life, you actually chose to do them all? Wow. I was expecting you to just level up 2 more levels and then skip it. That's what I'd have done. Nobody volunteered you a portal? Oh, you should have made a bigger stink about it. I'd have just jumped on my mage. It would be brilliant. They can post auctions, but they're not visible to others, so nobody can buy them. Shadow banning the bots would actually be better than banning them in some regards, because they would still, well, I mean, obviously if they're not selling anything, they're probably not likely to be buying materials to recraft things. They're not really engaging so much in the economy generally, but at least it would slow them down significantly. They then all of a sudden overnight stop selling everything. Are you using separate groups for the Legos? Does crafting not give a reliable source? Not on... Crafting works fine on one account. If you're using 2 accounts, crafting is a bit temperamental at the moment. So yes, I'm using fully customized groups and operations. Sentia down to 24k, was 37 yesterday. I suspect this will happen on a bunch of realms. Now it's not going to happen everywhere, but I do think it will happen on a bunch of realms where the supply of Pog Essence just did actually outstrip the demand for these new legendaries. And yeah, the price will dip pretty quickly, I think. Video from a French goblin on YouTube stating that you should buy the Pog Essence now. They will keep going up, he says. I mean, yeah, he's wrong. In the nicest possible way, he's wrong. I'd love to see or hear his justification for claiming that they're going to continue to go up. I mean, every drop of common sense says otherwise. Unless he's big braining it to make people buy all of his Pog Essence off his realm. Which I wouldn't put it past your average YouTube goblin. Pog Essences at like 30k a piece are already at like bubble bursting level high. There's no way that the market sustains its price at this point. Not a chance in hell. It's pretty simple when you break it down. You got to see how many come in and how many go out to find out what the value of something will be. I like to break down the valuation of an item very simply. How much does somebody want it, and how difficult is it to get? Answer those two questions and you tend to come to a relatively firm conclusion to what the value of something will be. Pog Essences, how much do people want them? Well, people want their rank 7s, sure. They've had a good need for one in the last couple of days. They still probably want one now in many cases until the price is right. In 2 weeks' time, they're going to want another one. But let's answer the other question then. How difficult are they to get? Well, in reality, they're not that difficult to get at all. You load up a herbalist, or you load up a miner, or even without a herbalist or miner, you just run around Zereth Mortis looting treasures, and you will come across a couple of Pog Essence every hour, on average. You can, in theory, within, let's just say you're unlucky. Let's say you only get one Pog Essence an hour as an average. In 2 hours, you've generated enough Pog Essence to get your rank 7 legendary. Now, if you want 2 rank 7 legendaries, you might need to farm for 4 hours to facilitate that. The reality of the fact is they're actually pretty easy to come by. The only reason they're at 30k right now is for 2 reasons. One, lots of goblins out there speculating for 2 weeks about just how valuable these will be, buying them up off the auction house, has meant that the price on them has steadily rose. There's also been 2 weeks where the actual demand for them has not really been that apparent. Now that we do know just how many people need and also how easy they are to come by, they'll balance out a little bit, which ultimately means there's nothing in my mind that indicates that the price will ever be as high as they are now. Apart from maybe a couple of blips in the system somewhere. Maybe the day that people unlock the second legendary, due to that one specific day's worth of demand on rank 7s, the price of Pog Essences might take a upward direction for that one day. But then they will very quickly dip again to where they were previously and continue to dip as the expansion goes on. I'm in a raiding guild with 20 plus players. Of those 20, under half of them have got their Lego upgraded. As for them, the change with double Lego would translate to changing that one again. Even I, who craft them cheap for myself, haven't upgraded yet, as my major one in raids now is the Covenant one, which is a spot where I don't want it to be when we can do double. The min-maxers out there, yeah. This is why the Shadowgast ring popped off. The min-maxers out there, the people that are trying to maintain the best performance out of their character that they can, have gone for the Shadowgast ring because it's safe and it fits in a slot where it's not necessarily going to be replaced, knowing full well that their second legendary is probably going to want to go somewhere different than what Blizzard states. And they don't want it to clash with tier. They want to loot their 4-piece tier set bonus to find out which slot is then going to be free for them to ultimately put their Unity legendary in. I think is probably the way that people are doing it. That is true. Not everybody can put it on the ring, neck, and back. Shamans, for example, are a little bit screwed. If I understand correctly, their best in slot legendaries clash with like legs and boots or something. I think the ad for beans is a scam. It is. It's basically to steal all of your beans. There's the best way. There's the best way to spend 500 beans. Genius. I love that. Right. Okay. We are sandwiched down. With sandwich down, I need to take a minute to go wash my hands and maybe grab a drink, considering good old Subway forgot to deliver ours. And I'll be back with you boys and girls in 2 minutes. Okie dokie. Okie dokie. Why are you always eating, god damn it? How dare I try to maintain a diet? I was going to say a healthy diet then. It's really not. But a diet. Everybody has a diet. It's just not necessarily a healthy one. Oh, my cookie! I forgot about my cookie. What was the free cookie with today's order? What appears to be some sort of Smarties cookie. That'll do. Pog essences are slowly dipping. On my home realm, they are bouncing just above 20k. With more than enough available for anybody's needs based on the sale of stuff right now. Taran Mill, where there's a little bit more action, they are sat at 26 right now. With, once again, plenty of them available. There's certainly no shortage of these things. This is close to, I mean, this is over 400 legendaries. Which let's just you know, compare this to what back in the day, if we wanted 400 rank 6s, 400 times 40 would have been, there's currently the equivalent, if we think back to patch 9.1, this quantity of Progenitor Essentia on the auction house is the equivalent of there being 16,000 Corthite crystals on your auction house. How many people ever remember there being 16,000 Corthite crystals on their auction house? Very rarely, right? Only the biggest of big guilds would have had 16,000 Corthite crystals on the auction house at any given point. This goes to show. And this isn't even what I would consider a high number. I've seen this peak at nearly 2,000 Progenitor Essentia, which would have been the equivalent of like 30,000 plus Corthite crystals. There is, trust me when I tell you, there is plenty of Pog Essence kicking about. There is plenty of the things. Now that we've had the big rush, now that we've seen what the true demand is, now that we're starting to get a better understanding of the ins and the outs, there's plenty of these things. And when there's too many of them, there's only one direction the price will go. You're getting more drop from the raids as well. True. The sources of these things, there's plenty of sources for them. Those out there speculating that Blizzard are going to need to buff the drop rate are mad. For starters, the drop rate doesn't need to be adjusted because the supply of them is steadily increasing just passively by the way that the game works. I mean, it doesn't take a genius to work out that when a farmer comes and sees that Progenitor Essentia is 25,000 gold apiece, and that they know that they can reliably farm 3 of them an hour, 75,000 gold an hour, very consistently, very easily. You know, farmers are gonna go crazy for 75k an hour. That's excluding whatever value of materials they actually farm. You can reliably get 20,000-30,000 gold an hour of materials from farming currently. To throw 75k Pog Essence on top of that, farmers are having an absolute field day right now. And they're farmable in a way that Quarthite never was. True. True. Now, the only reason the markets are not tanking yet is because people aren't panicking yet. People don't start panicking to sell them until it gets remarkably close to what their buy price is for them. The people that bought these ahead of time would have probably been paying 10, 15,000 gold average for them. When the natural price starts to dip close to that, you'll out of nowhere see like thousands of these appear as everybody tries to dump them to cash out quickly. Just wish they'd farm some worms so the proto fiber would be cheaper. All of the zone materials will get there eventually, don't worry. Managed to get rid of 1.2 Pog essences, 1,000 remaining. I'm fine with that though. Bought them all below 8k a piece. For as long as those, for as long as there's players with that mindset of the you know, it'll be fine. You're at 100 mil, yeah. About 70. I think we're up to about 70. There's if I was to, I think I now have, I don't think I would ever need to buy a thing again. If I was to liquidate my stock, I would surpass 100 mil, I think, quite comfortably. I have, hang on, I've just done a cancel scan. Let me loot those first before I look at that sheet. I should be able to get to... Now, let's say I only sell 50% of what I have in stock. I've got 26 million in crafted legendaries here. So let's say that's 13. And over here, probably the same again. Yeah, roughly the same again. If I was to never buy anything ever again and just sell, I'd hit the 100 mil now. You'll get the rest of the weekend if you have enough play time. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. What's your reason for farming the gold? Is it just to have it? Black market auction house? Combination of things. Black market auction house, one for sure. Of course, why not? Plus it means I can basically play the game for free, for life. That's always quite nice. Doesn't matter what, doesn't matter how pay to win Blizzard make the game. If you can, if you have enough gold, you can circumvent most of the hurdles that Blizzard put in front of you. Gold score equals goblin gear score. Yeah, basically. Yeah, it's a bit of a dick swinging contest as well. Obviously, there's not any official sorts of leaderboards, but you know, bit of a status symbol having lots of gold, isn't it? So it's just like why do you want that Ferrari? You can't drive over the speed limit legally. But, you know, you still want a Ferrari, don't you? I guess you'll have a better chance now getting the Bruto. Well, and that. In theory, if I really wanted to min-max my opportunities, I'd just... Well, I suppose without guild transfers being a thing, I can't easily do that, I suppose. I was just thinking that the best way I could do it would be to put 10 million gold on a character in a guild, transfer it to a couple of low population realms, and just camp the black market auction house on those. But without guild transfers being a thing, I can't easily do that. So I guess I have to rely on the gold I have on certain realms. Gives me 2 chances. I'm more than gold capped on 2 realms, so I have 2 chances for the Bruto every day, assuming it turns up. We don't know if guild transfer is gone, but it's not available at the moment. So, yeah, we don't know. But anyway, I'm not particularly keen about just sitting in the auction house today. Let's go and... We've spent too much time in the auction house. When I got to 100 mil early in the expansion, I had a drop in enthusiasm for gold making, so I camped the black market auction house and bought all the mounts I didn't have. Nothing like some retail therapy, I guess. I guess that will do its job pretty well. For the black market auction house, there's a cap for the bids. Is it gold cap? Yes. Yeah, you still can't pay more than 10 million gold for anything in the black market auction house. Is the Bruto inside the containers? In theory it is, yes. It's there was a, because you can track the achievement. You get an not necessarily achievement, but you can track. There's a website, what was it called, Data for Azeroth, that allows you to track the last time somebody got something. And the last time somebody got the Brutosaur was like January or something. And the only way that they'd have done that is through a container. We've got a couple of daily quests we're going to need to finish over here. I want to chill until 10.0, but I also want gold for the next big gold sync mount. It'll be interesting to see if Blizzard do anything like that. The problem is they might have peaked. They might have peaked with the Longboy. They might not be able to make a mount, or they might not want to make a mount as big and as lucrative and as desired as the Longboy. There's a reason why the Longboy is not in the game, and it's because they very quickly realised that they don't want everybody running around with personal auction houses. The auction house is the one thing that draws players back into the capital cities. You've got banks everywhere. You've got post boxes everywhere. The auction house, though, is, you know, the thing that's in the capital city. Now, obviously, they could make a mount that does something else, I'm sure. It's a virtual world. They can arguably create whatever the hell they want, but they would have to, if they were going to make it a gold, you know, if they were going to like try and charge more than 5 million gold for it, you bet your ass it'd have to be worth that, and that's kind of the point. What could they do with a mount that would make it, without it being a personal auction house, what could they do that would make it super duper valuable? A mount with portals? Yeah, but they're just called mages. Or warlocks. That's kind of already done. Both the auction house and a mailbox. Well, that, yes, maybe. Okay, so where did we get to over here? Is this the one that gives you the mounts? Proves your understanding of the synthesis forge, allowing the discovery and creation of larger creatures. Yes, that's the one I want. I must have researched this on somebody else somewhere then. That then gives us the mounts, the ability to make the mounts with the protosynthesis, which is cool. Now we're at a point where we just spend our ciphers wherever we want to spend them, really. A mount that can fly all the time, irrespective of whether everybody else needs to grind for flying in the new zones. Oh my lord. That would, yeah. Take all of my money. As BOE transmog weapons. Oh. Oh, I see. 700 ciphers a go, though. Right. I don't really need these at all. So much of this gets trivialized next week as well. That's the silly thing. This entire system is almost entirely trivialized by the time you get flying. Allows you to have 3 powers from enhancement consoles active at once. Reduces the cost of choosing a power at the enhancement console to 5 Pocopoc energy. Increases the duration of powers from enhancement console to 30 minutes. Well, that becomes a bit pointless when you're socketing the best ones you get in your gear anyway. Enhancement consoles now create crystallic cephoids instead of fluidic cephoids for non-rare enhancements. Crystallic cephoids can be used to gain a temporary power as normal, or they... Oh, so this is the one I need to put it in the gear. That is the one I want then. That is the one I want. So I can put the powers in my gear, and I can start getting some gear with multiple sockets on it. I finished the whole research table when I was grinding in for 2 days, 30 plus hours of opening chests with a 50% cipher bonus. I suppose that'll do it, won't it? That will definitely do it. So now this socket I have here, this crystallic socket, I can now slot a bonus into that permanently. What level is my thing? Spend 485 more ciphers to increase the effectiveness of your cipher equipment. Okay. Is there anything that gives me a bonus to... This one looks quite good. Pocopoc communicate with the wildlife, asks it to track valuables in hard-to-reach locations. Valuables may include forgotten treasure vaults or the elusive herbs and mineral deposits. Now, I'm not a herber or a miner on this character, but more treasure boxes is more loot, right? I can't see any reason why more treasure is not more good. More treasure is more good. 50% cipher bonus. Yeah, I'll show you. There's once you've unlocked one of these. Oh Jesus, I genuinely can't remember which one it is now. You get there's a mini quest chain, which you do. Which actually, have I done it on this character? Maybe I've done it on this character. There's a quest chain for the Giro, which results in, once you finish it, once you save the Giro, they chill over here. Maybe I've not unlocked it. Maybe I've not done it yet on this character. Well, then there's that. That's maybe something to do today then. There's a bunch. Yeah, it gives you a new vendor. And the new vendor has a account-wide 50% cipher bonus thing on it. Which is very worth. Now I have that buff already on this character. I unlocked it and I did the quest chain on my paladin. And then I used some of the ciphers from my paladin to buy the thing and send it to this character. So this now my main character has a 50% buff. All the same. At least the most important one works, yeah. Is the buff account wide, or do you have to buy it and send it to alts? I think you have to buy it and send it to alts. It's probably then this one. No, which one's it going to be? Yeah, it's this one. The Altonian Understanding allows you to communicate, interact, and quest with various Giro in the Terrace of the Formations and Pilgrim's Grace. This now should have unlocked if everything's gone to plan. In fact, can we spend any more ciphers? We've only got 34 left. We can't spend any more. There should now be... Yeah, there we go. Broken Circle is the first quest in the chain. So we'll do that on this character. With 46% on patterns... we should probably fly over to Pilgrim's Grace and get some of these quests out the way as well. See, this is the for me it's really weird, right? This is the kind of stuff that people have been doing for 2 weeks already. Just chilling in Zereth Mortis, banging out some quests, going exploring things. The rep grind though has delayed this whole process for me. Some people, I feel as if I'm like massively behind the curve now compared to most. Some people are completing the cipher tree, and I feel as if I've barely started it. But the rep grind and the rep grind on multiple characters very much got in the way of that. How much Poggle, how much when flying comes? Well, arguably a lot. Ah, that dude's got the snail. We need the snail mount. That's Wiggly Boy 2.0 there. We could do with a snail. They'll drop to 10k each probably. I wouldn't be surprised if they drop further than that even. I mean, they ultimately will anyway. It's just a matter of time. There's going to be an interesting thing happen where the price of Progenitor Essentia will drop enough so that creating rank 6s is actually more viable to do with Progenitor Essentia than it is with Quarthite crystals, which will be a topic of an interesting topic of conversation. This Giro won't leave until the quest is complete. Oh, okay, yeah, I remember this now. You've got to do the thing for all of the things, and then they'll move on. Is it worth making a speed set when you get flying soon and the speed doesn't work when flying anyway? It is actually. I've actually kind of thought that I might make myself a speed set for this character. Just for zipping about Zereth Mortis, really. Although, it then restricts my gearing to item level 233. Now, I know at the moment I'm only item level 233 as it is. But the more ciphers you spend, the greater your world quest gear becomes. And I'm likely to, before too long, end up with like 250 item level gear just through playing Zereth Mortis, meaning the speed set gear, as nice as it will be to be a bit faster, is not so much of a benefit. We'll see. I don't actually have access to engineering at max level to be able to get the engineering, what do you call it, the speed sail thing. So I also need to level my warrior at some point for the purpose of that, but because I hate not having access to patterns. It's one of my pet peeves. But let's be honest, it's not like there's a huge amount to do in Zereth Mortis on a single character every day now, so if it takes me 2 minutes longer to do it, it's not going to be much of an issue. Do you use anima for gold? No. I'd much rather save up my anima, spend my anima on collectible sort of stuff, pets and mounts and transmog appearances and stuff. Plenty easier to make gold than it is to make anima. Now, if you could turn gold into anima, that's a different story. Turn you in. Complete the quest. Tell him to go get safe. I like the fact on a hunter I can very easily tag things as well, because I want to collect all of the Genesis motes. We are going to need all of the Genesis motes if we're going to collect all of the pets and mounts. So I'll happily help people kill things, hoover up some free and easy Genesis motes. I was kind of hoping that these quests might give progress with the patterns. It's a bit annoying that this doesn't... There's so much stuff in the zone that doesn't give you progress with this. All of the like side quests and stuff don't give you progress with this. It seems odd that these are one-time quests anyway. It's not like you can repeat these every single week. What's wrong with giving you a bit of an easier time completing this, you know, every other week when you're doing some of these bonus quests? It seems a bit odd that there's so much stuff in the zone that you can do that pays little attention to this patterns with patterns thing. I would have liked to have, I suppose this is Blizzard's way of controlling players' progress, I suppose. Any goal-making tips in the current situation? It depends. I mean, farming right now, I hate to say it, but farming is absolutely popping off right now. You can make disgusting money with no effort other than a bit of investment of your time right now. Obviously, if you already have a lot of gold, you probably don't want to be doing farming as much. But let me put it this way, unless you are selling 2 or 3 million gold worth of stuff every day, you're probably much better off farming from an actual profit perspective right now. You gotta be getting those millions of sales, because let's not forget, if you sell 1 million gold worth of stuff, you might actually only be making 200,000 to 300,000 gold off that 1 million gold of stuff that you've sold, because you had to pay for the materials in the first place. Now 200 to 300,000 gold can easily be achieved in a couple of hours of farming right now. So it's kind of up to you where you spend your time. If you're able to do auction house crafting and selling at a big scale, that's obviously where the money is right now, as has been proven over the last couple of days. But if you're not quite dealing at that scale, your best or most optimal use of your time right now, for the short-term gain anyway, is to get out into Zereth Mortis and go find those Pog Essences. Sell those Pog Essences for 25k a piece. Get 2 or 3 an hour. Easy money, right? Easy money. Nearly 0 barrier to entry. All you need is a level 60 character. Get into ZM. Do some farming. Please care to tell us how... yeah, it's called Classic Numbers. No, that's macros. Wrong button. I think. Yeah, Classic Numbers. Play a little game of Bejeweled real quick. I've definitely been sat in front of the computer for way too long the last few days. The eyelid on my left eye is twitching. That's usually a sign that you've spent far too long in front of a screen. Oh dear. Thank God it's the weekend. Right, before we do these, let's do a quick relist. Do a quick repost. Got to keep the gold flowing, right? If we've got 3 accounts just chilling, waiting to be posting things, we need to remember to do it occasionally. Sub 20k for Pog Essence on my home realm now. That's actually getting scarily close to what my buy price is on it. Pog ore dropping like crazy. The ore? Yeah, it will do. This is another indication, right? The new zone materials. Once again, a massive bubble. A massive bubble. They're super duper inflated in price right now. But now that people are only buying them for the purpose of restocking, prices are destined to go to the floor very quickly on some of these new materials. Because people can, where necessary, entirely avoid using... If you're a leather worker, for example, you don't have to use pelt. You don't have to. You can just pair up leatherworking with another profession that's much cheaper, which means they'll all like a slinky, they'll all just kind of fall to the cheapest price. Thinking about it, I bet the Pog ore will have a prospect vendor gems floor price. It does, yeah, it does. I've not done the maths to calculate exactly where it is, but it does. The amount of gems you get from that stuff is ludicrous. So, considering every gem is worth 2 gold 50 a piece, the numbers are in my cheat sheet from when I prospected 10,000 of it. So, if somebody cares to do a little bit of maths on that and just tell me where the price floor is, I'll happily. And that will in turn just that then, ironically, when you hit somewhere near the price floor, if you hit the price floor on Pog ore, which will happen very soon, trust me, then you arguably are in a really weird situation where you might end up getting your essences for free. Imagine what that's going to do to jewel crafting. It might, in theory, never get to that price once people do the maths themselves. But what do we know about jewel crafting historically? Nobody does the maths. Nobody understands prospecting. Even those that think they understand prospecting don't understand prospecting. I mean, I've consistently been able to buy shrouded cloth for less than a gold a piece recently, which is basically like just giving me free money. Because anything under 1 gold 50 a piece, you can start vendor shuffling it. But, you know, once again, because people don't know the numbers and haven't done the maths, they're missing out. Now, I'm not going to do the vendor shuffle, because I'm not a crazy person. But what I will do is resell those materials to somebody that is willing to. And I'll take my profit off the top. Love me some panic selling when I'm buying. Yeah. Yeah. You think crafting a maximum of 262 rings plus 1 rank 7 right now is reasonable to still get gold income whilst waiting for prices to set? Yeah, whilst things are likely to trend downwards, I wouldn't be stocking too heavily on your rank 7s. You need to focus on selling quickly. Now I restocked up to 5 rank 7s, but that was because I wanted to make sure I had more than enough so that I could post a few times before cancel scanning. Arguably though, whilst prices trend to 10 downwards, I'll probably drop that down to, I don't know, somewhere 2 or 3. Yeah, it's very difficult to give people an indication to how many of something you should craft, because it depends on what scale you're doing things. If you're spending 10 hours a day cancel scanning, then you can probably allow yourself to craft 10 in advance. But if you're not cancel scanning, if you just want to craft a couple and post a couple, then yeah, you definitely don't want to stock up too high. Full pop and don't want to bother cancel scanning. Arguably with rank 7s on a full pop, if you don't want to cancel scan, I would not craft any. On a full pop, you are not going to make that sale unless you spend some time cancel scanning. Is somebody going to... there we go. You've got the other one. Let's go. Just prime time. I can't really tell you. Like I said, inventory quantity for inventory on these things is the technical answer is quite simple. You want to stock 1 more than you're comfortably able to sell at any given point, so that you always have at least 1 for sale. If it's going to be 2 days between your restock and you know within those 2 days you can sell 15 of them, you probably want to recraft and stock 16 of them so that you are never without one to sell. But what that number ends up being, only you will know. But yes, on the basis that the crafting cost, margins are getting quite tight on some things, and the crafting costs are likely to start falling, will mean that because of that, you probably want to focus on restocking more frequently to keep your crafting costs more accurate. Half the fun of gold making and crafting though is trying to work these things out. So, and let's be honest, most of the time, people learn this through trial and error. Oh, if you mount up with one of those things in your hand, oh, okay. Turns out if you mount with this, you drop it. Great. I'm about to dump my legendaries to 10% crafting price though. Well, if you're going to do that, then you absolutely definitely want to stock up no more than like 1 or 2 at a time, because your margin for errors just not there. As little as a 5% drop in price would actually mean that you end up taking a loss. Now a 5% drop in price can happen like literally in an hour on a big realm. Less than. I'm probably I've not fully decided, but I'm probably going to liquidate a lot of the crafts that I have currently, liquidate the stock that I have, and let the prices balance out for a few days. Let the first week, like I'll use this first weekend to liquidate any final remaining stock I have of rank 7s. Probably won't do a recraft on rank 7s until next week sometime. Let things balance out a little bit. Find the equilibrium point for the costs, and then go from there. Unless, of course, I get bored and want to do lots of cancel scanning, and then I might recraft some more. But like I said, you can't. Part of the fun of gold making is working out all of these things, and following what some random dude on the internet says is, I mean, helpful sometimes, but probably not in this scenario. It's why I tend not to like making those videos, or I don't like making the content that just straight up tells people what to do. Some people want that. Some people want to just be told, right, go do this and this will happen. But I don't particularly like that. Warped rifts analysed. Oh, I needed to click on these things. Alright. Never listen to goal makers because I know I can do more if I figure it out myself. Good way to look at it. Very good way to look at it. More importantly, if you think about it yourself, you often find out before it happens. And that's actually where that's where the money is. It's all good and well looking back at what happened this coming reset and going, wow, that was really good for sales. But the real thing is to spot when something like that is going to happen and act before it happens. Foresight is significantly more powerful than hindsight. You can learn from hindsight, but what you really want is to see these things come in, because then you can actually act on it. Oh, I've done this one. What about this one over here? How we doing, Pack B? Welcome in. Good morning to you. Or technically good afternoon as far as I'm concerned, but Oh, hang on. What am I missing? Ah, I need to analyze one more rift. What about... I mean, there's that big one. Let's go do the big one. Haven't had lunch yet. Still technically morning. Well, then, there we go. Just finished my lunch. Did that Shadowlands release 50 million profit in like 2 months? Yeah. Legos were good for that. Oh, 51%. Oh, we killed that rare, didn't we? I was like, one of these quests must be giving me patterns, but it wasn't. It was the rare. Now, I'm hoping the last quest of this isn't bugged still. This one. Jiro to Hero. This quest is reliably unreliable. If that's a word. Reliably unreliable. Yoink. Previous wax. What does that do then? Give yourself a newly created glow. Alright. Such a spoiled brat now. Yesterday I was at 1 million earned in the last hour and I was like, what am I doing in my life? Yeah. Yeah. Oh my god. I'm only making, what's that? $60. I'm only making $60 of value an hour. God, what is this trash? If you were to, you know, if you were to take that million gold and turn it into tokens, now obviously it's not worth quite that much in that direction, but from the other direction, if you were to be buying the tokens in the first place to achieve a million gold, you'd have to spend $60 on tokens in the EU. More than $60 euros, I should say. 60 euros, more than 60 euros of cost per million. And yeah, now we look at it and we're like, what a slow day. We are just a bunch of spoiled goblins. You missed my little TED Talk, Pagby. I did a little TED Talk on we made ourselves the ultimate gold cake, of which if you can either check the VOD or I will be chopping it down into a YouTube video. But we broke it down to why this last reset just gone will go down in history as one of the most ridiculous days of gold making ever. We will see nothing like this again, in my opinion. And it will rival that, historically, I feel, of things like Glyphmus. You know it's serious when paint comes out instead of notepad. I thought about a notepad for that one. But I thought if we're gonna use a graphical metaphor of a cake, of building the biggest cake and layering the cake up, then we needed paint for that one. $30k is nice for trade chat craft. Had somebody offer 500 gold yesterday and was outraged when I asked for more. 500 gold as a tip. It's not much of a tip, is it? It's the tip of the tip. 500 gold. Dude, this is 150,000 gold worth of legendary. You want to tip me? You should go by American law. You should go by 20% tip minimum. You know, go by the NA laws. Well, they're not laws, are they? But you know what I mean. Go by NA standards. Anything less than a 20% tip is a spit in the face. Can you imagine that? This legendary, it's yeah, the crafting cost on this is 100,000 gold. I accept tips no less than 20,000 gold. Now, whilst there are some generous people that would offer that as a tip for an item of that value anyway, there are definitely some people that will fall over and have a heart attack if you ask for a 20,000 gold tip. Coming from a country where the tipping is in the UK, tipping is for starters, it's not mandatory. But if you're in a restaurant or something, it's kind of considered polite to give a 10% tip. It's nowhere like the Americans, where if you don't give 20%, they'll spit in your food. But in the UK, it tends to be a lot more that you will tip somebody based on when they actually do something tip-worthy. It's a habit that I found very difficult to get out of when we moved to Finland, because in Finland, there is zero tip culture. You try and give a waiter money for doing a good job and they look at you funny. But they look at you funny because they get paid properly to begin with. Conversation for another day, obviously, on that regard. But I tend to have the mindset coming from the UK that I'll tip somebody if I'm out in a restaurant based on if they've gone over and above. If I'm in a restaurant and if they've brought me my food and it's not cold, and somebody hasn't spat on it, then they might get, a basic tip. But if they have actually gone out of their way to make sure that we're looked after well, then you'll slide a tenner in their pocket. You look after them. People that look after you, you look after them. That's kind of the rule. But in Finland, it's really weird. I would try to tip people in restaurants when we first moved to Finland, and they kind of look at me funny. And then they want to go and put the money. They want to go put the money in the till. And I'm like, no, this is for you. You did the hard work. You put in the extra. It's weird. It's weird how the culture's different. We used to fight over the American customers when I was a waiter. Could pay for a whole night out from an hour's work. Yeah. Definitely. Let's see the spam undercut guys do when I wall legendaries at 110k. Some people will start crying very quickly if that happens. That's the problem in the US. The waiters are paid shit. They make their money on the tips. Yeah, that's I'm strongly of the opinion that that's just bad business. If you can't afford to pay the staff, then there's something wrong with your business structure. Like if the cost of the product that you're selling does not facilitate covering the costs of the people to make it and to bring it to you and provide you with it, then you don't have a business there. You have a failing business. But I don't particularly want to get into that conversation because it will aggravate me. And it will aggravate others, so there's no reason to do it. Remember some Arab dude came into the hotel, he was tipping us with $100 bills? Go on. Get that oil money, yo. Oil money's big business. Encountered the height of laziness yesterday. I craft Legos, no tip for raiders, and started linking one of them the materials I need. He said, nah, takes too much time. I just buy from the auction house with gold from a token. I mean, what the fuck? Oh, God. Oh, God. Yeah, I'll just pay the premium, buy it off the auction house. This is too much like hard work, mate. You're custom making me one for free, but this is too much like hard work. No, I'll just buy it off the auction house. That's very amusing. Buying 6 different things. Well, that's it. Why would you buy 6 different things and then take them to somebody when you could buy one thing and you're done? People are interesting, to say the least. Yeah. Yeah, broad use of the word interesting. To be honest, the big reason why most people want to try and find somebody to craft with their materials is because they live by the theory. They live by, I farmed it, so it's free. They instead of selling the materials that they've farmed, they would rather find a crafter to craft with them. It's the absolute other side of the coin where we won't even answer a whisper for a 20k tip. I ain't stepping foot out the auction house for less than 50k. Genuinely. That sounds bad, but if it's a busy day of sales, if I'm selling stuff comfortably on the auction house, if I'm on that auction house character paying attention, I'm not stepping foot out of that auction house for less than 50k. And even then I'll question it. I'll even question if it's worth my time for 50k. Especially when you look at the success of the last couple of days. If I was selling like 1 million gold plus an hour on Taran Mill the last couple of days, if I take as little as 10 minutes out from the auction house to craft something for somebody, in that 10 minutes, how many sales do you think I'm losing? If I'm doing 1 million gold an hour, or let's look at it this way, even if I'm doing 600,000 gold an hour, the maths is easier here, right? If I'm doing 600,000 gold in an hour in sales, and I take 10 minutes out of my day to deal with one person, I'm potentially losing 100,000 gold in sales by doing that. So if they're not tipping me more than 100k, I'm not stepping foot outside the auction house. Consider a few servers on top of that. Well, exactly. If not to mention, if you're doing it on more than a single server at any one time, no way are like you gonna take time out of your day to be dealing with that sort of shenanigans. Nope. All the nopes. I'm meant to be doing something here. What am I meant to be doing here? I think I may be meant to be actually completing something first. I need to unlock this. How do I unlock this? I need to go get something. Drain energy from defeated animates to... Oh, okay. Right, sure. Yeah, you're just straight up taking a loss by dealing with these whispers. That's why the last couple of days I've just put on DND, Do Not Disturb. Sorry, I'm busy. I don't have time to be dealing with one person. I've made, you know, I've sold 40 legendaries in the last hour. I do not have time or the efforts or the desire to deal with one person directly. Especially if you're looking for something that I already have listed on the auction house. Why did I die so incredibly rapidly from that? Did I get... Is that... Oh, 1,000 damage every 2 seconds? That's probably something I could do without. On Wednesday, I had absolutely no time at any given moment. I was that busy. 5th WoW client was getting disconnected out of inactivity because I couldn't pay attention to it. Yeah. Yeah. Pushed to the limits, quite literally. Then you get people reporting you for being a bot because you didn't respond to their whisper. No, shut up. Shut up, go away. Oh, hang on. I'm meant to be doing something with these lot. There we go. Oh, that was worth 50% of the bar. Being used to that mindset to decide between crafting, buying Shadowghast ingots and enchanting lithium hide silk is the difference between crafting or buying. Isn't higher than the craft time equivalent of my gold per hour I buy it? Yeah, this is it. Like, it gets to a point where I'm often very happy, more than happy, to pay a premium for some of these pre-crafted materials. Not because I couldn't get them cheaper by making them myself, but it means if I wanted to make them myself, I have to take time out of doing something else. I have to stop doing something that's valuable to do something that's less valuable. Doesn't make sense, right? This is why businesses hire employees to do the stuff that is they don't have time to do themselves. Is the primary, you know, you look at a small business owner. The first time that a small business owner will decide to hire an employee is when they've maxed out the amount of stuff that they can do themselves. And buying your materials off the auction house is the first step in understanding that. Buying your materials off the auction house, why would you choose to do that? Well, you choose to do that because I don't physically have enough time to buy them myself, to farm them myself. You take that to the next level though, when you get to a point where you're actively and consistently selling lots of stuff on the auction house, you then don't have time to deal with the one person that wants you to craft something for them. You're no longer the small boutique, you are the supermarket. The supermarket does not have time to deal with custom orders. No. You buy what they have for sale, or you go to another shop and you buy what you need. That's your choice. Did you ever watch the Breg vid that compared multi-boxing to industrialization? I thought it was a good synopsis of the efficiency of scaling. I probably did watch it. I watched most of Breg's stuff back when he was playing the game. Although I don't specifically remember that one, so I might not have. But it might be a good. That might be a cheeky. That might be a cheeky React Andy to something like that. I'd be interested in seeing something like that because Breg had his head screwed on. He was very smart at what he did in WoW. He was definitely one of the YouTube content creators that I had more respect for sure. If you can find a link to that, Woo, I'd be intrigued to watch that. Or if somebody knows of that video and wants to find me a link, it doesn't have to be Woo. I mean, I could just search for it myself, but you know, I don't have time for that. No, I'm being a dick. It's fine. It's why I don't have mods, because I don't. If I don't feel if I can. The reason I tend not to have mods in my stream is because I kind of feel a bit weird for asking people to do something for me for free. If I was to ever have what I would consider full-time mods, I would want to. Whoa! What happened here? What's going on here? Where did my health disappear to all of a sudden? Christ on a bicycle's happening here. Obtain 6 glyphs from depleted doodahs around the place. I thought I'd done most of that. I'm missing one. Free? They get a cool badge, I suppose. Honestly, not much to mod at the moment. Chat's behaving until you go off camera. Well, I am kind of quite fortunate that there isn't actually a lot to mod, you're right. And I tend to be able to moderate most stuff myself anyway. I don't think that, I create the type of entertainment that's too Spurg worthy. I don't think there's too much of a concern with Spurgatory. If that's even a word. If it's not a word, I've made it a word. Spurgatory. It's like purgatory, but for spurgs. I've amused myself. I have no idea where the flipping hell this last thing is. Oh, maybe it's in this cave. Maybe it's on the inside. That could be why. Who be this then? Somebody with a big spider. Should we kill a birdie bird? How do you feed the thing? I don't know. I've not done this rare properly. I usually just find a group for this rare and hope somebody's already done it. Oh, there we go. We might watch that in a minute. I'm not too fond of doing the React Andy thing too often, but where it's relevant content, I think it might be quite good. Ah, screw it. I can't be bothered to find this rare. Is there something in here then? Funny looking back at his old vids 4 years ago. Is TSM cheating? Same topics just come up again and again. They do, literally. I mean, I've like my YouTube channel. Whilst most people are not so aware, my YouTube channel dates back to 2012, 2011, 2012, and yes, every year, every patch, the same topics of conversation come up. There doesn't seem to be anything of interest in here either. I'm really confused about this quest. Maybe I should just pay attention to what the flippin' hell's going on. Obtain glyphs from 6 depleted servitors around the arrangement index. Automa's been hiding here. I suspect it'll not be... blah, 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 blah. I don't know. Hang on. Is there a Zygor guide for this? There's a Zygor guide for it. Hang on, hang on, hang on. What's going on here? We're getting pew-pewed. No, this extra button thing is a bulwark. This is just one of the taunt things. The amount of Corthite emerging at 4 to 500 gold is nuts, and rank 6s are still selling consistently. But it's, yeah, most people that are selling legendaries, though, are in the mindset of focusing on rank 7s. So, A, they're probably not cancel scanning rank 6s, meaning that those that are paying attention to rank 6s are having a field day selling rank 6s. But on the flip side, there is probably less people even restocking their rank 6s right now. So yes, there's another little mini perfect storm there for crafters. It's a good indication of, you know, if you focus on what other people are not focused on, there's often a lot of gold to be made in those situations. I like little things like that. I did notice Corthite prices are dipping as there's clearly just nobody is paying any attention to buying them at the moment. Yeah, yes, if there'll come a day where, you know, if who was it that was saying earlier? Somebody was saying earlier that if they crash the prices of rank 7s down to like 1% crafting, 1% today market crafting. You'll probably find a lot of those crafters will go, alright, let's restock rank 6s then. And whoop, see you later, all the Korthite crystals again. I love how it all sort of rotates on itself. I've legit got no idea what's going on with this quest. I'm going to leave my character somewhere a bit safer than right here, and I think we're going to watch that Breg video. I'm intrigued by this one now. Comparing multi-boxing to some sort of industrialization is a very clever concept. I vaguely remember this video. It definitely is. It is. I think I vaguely remember watching it, but let me get somewhere safe real quick, and then we'll park ourselves. Somebody bought almost all of my dumping. Easy 2 million in 5 minutes. Now I'm in Essentia low price waiting room. Oh, good effort. Good effort. That's how you do it then. 2 million in 5 minutes, GG.
About Amazon. And in this...
Hang on. 9th of November 2017. This is a video of Bregs that got 6,000 views. Okay. Let's kill the tunes real quick. Let's do a bit of React Andy. I'm sure this could be quite funny. Or maybe not funny, but educational maybe for some. So, this video titled "Don't Work for Minimum Wage in WoW: The Human Geography of Warcraft Labor." This could be quite interesting. From our some of you may remember World of Warcraft content creator from a while ago by the name of Breg Vids. I'm trying to keep this in the screen at the same time. Breg Vids, although has not been active so much in Shadowlands, did a few videos at the beginning of Shadowlands, but ultimately has not really played World of Warcraft, I don't think, for a long time now, but was in a similar mindset to me in terms of, you know, would prefer crafting, would look at things from like an economy perspective of buying things. And so I imagine this is going to go into a bit of detail about why farming is not the most sensible thing to do.
Hey guys, Breg here, and in this World of Warcraft gold making video, we're going to be talking about Amazon. And in this video, I really want to encourage you guys to be more...
The irony is I think when this video was made, I don't mean to be a Paul's Andy too much, but I think the irony when this video was made is I don't think Amazon had bought Twitch yet at this point.
Like Amazon in your World of Warcraft gold making, and less like a minimum wage worker, which we will get into. Because at the end of the day, World of Warcraft, unlike a real job, unlike real life, is about having fun. And for most people, not all, but for most people, being a billionaire corporate giant such as Amazon is a lot more fun than working a minimum wage job, usually in the services sector or manual labour, resource extraction
I imagine Bezos
sector.
is chilling with his billions.
Like I say, some people may be different, but for most people that is the case. For a bit of context, I am not an economist. I studied human geography at university, which is quite similar to economics, but not as maths based, and it looks more...
Did he say human geography? Is that what he said? That he studied human geography? I didn't know that was a thing. Apparently it is.
More at the global distribution of trade, of workers, you know, income disparities, and how global trade works, basically. So a few of you have commented on some of my videos, especially my last video about professions, and said, why haven't you talked about gathering professions? And I replied saying, well, I don't do much gathering, it's not really for me. And then they say, but gathering is more profitable than crafting on my server. And as I would reply, or any serious gold maker would reply, No, it's not.
I love-
is
Straight to the point. Not fucking about. No, you're wrong. Just real simple there. No, sorry. I'm gonna have to stop you there. You know, you're welcome to your opinion as long as you're aware that your opinion is wrong.
always going to be better than gathering if you're doing it right. This picture right here is of a man gathering rubber from trees in the Amazon. This picture here is of a man cutting down a tree to use for wood, again in the Amazon. Now, in real life, some people just do what they have to get by. I mean, that's what we all do, let's be honest. Especially for people living in poorer parts of the world, they do not have the opportunities to do whatever they want. They just have to do what's going to make them the most money to feed their families. And
Or to pay for their WoW token.
even in developed countries, you know, there are a lot of people doing manual labour jobs, which is perfectly fine. I've done a lot of that in my life as well. In my short life, I'm still young, and, you know...
Still young, yet still sounds like Grandad. You would not be surprised to see Breg just like chilling with a pipe, slippers on, newspaper in hand, maybe some toffees in his pocket.
You just got to do what you got to do to get by, don't you? And again, there are some people who enjoy this, which is fine, but I'm talking about in general. People would prefer to be the cushy Amazon CEO than cutting down trees for a living. So why is it that in World of Warcraft, a video game that's meant for fun, do people still gather materials and farm just like a low-wage labourer? Just like in real life, there are a very small percentage of World of Warcraft players who enjoy the farm, but most people don't, just like in real life. However, unlike in real life, people in World of Warcraft have opportunities to do whatever they want. It's a level playing field, really. You know, you can all level up, you can all get whatever professions you want, and you can all work to make money. It is a very level playing field compared to real life, where people born in different parts of the world, people born at different times, it is not a fair playing field at all. So it's obviously not a lack of opportunities which causes people to farm in World of Warcraft. What it rather is a lack of skill. And that's not an insult before you get offended.
Yeah, don't get offended, you lot. Relax.
I'm talking about poor skill and low skilled workers are often given the low skilled manual jobs in real life. And it's the same thing in World of Warcraft. If you haven't researched about professions, say you're new to the game, if you haven't really dug deep into learning a gold making add-on like TSM, you know, if you haven't gone to school, you're not going to be skilled. And if you're not skilled with these types of skills, you're going to be doing the worst jobs. You know, that's just what happens. And again, unlike real life, people in World of Warcraft all have the same opportunities to be skilled. Obviously, some people have more time than others.
Sign up for the Patreon, get my TSM groups, job done. I had to take the opportunity for a shameless plug there. I'm sorry. I had to do it. You can skip the schooling. I'll give you your degree for free.
So you can take that into account.
You know.
But in general, you're going to be able to find the time to learn about professions, to learn, you know, watch some videos, do all that. And people in real life, you know, they don't have those opportunities. There might not be a school near them, or they might not be able to afford to go to school if it costs money, like it does in many countries. So before we move on, why is it that you can't make as much gold with farming?
What's with
as
all
you
these
can
Getty images?
with other forms of gold making?
Just Google image.
Just like in real life,
Africa.
The big guys can take control. It's just the unfortunate state of things. Right here is a group of a multi-box group. Right here.
A multi-box
whilst you're extracting cocoa on your own, whilst you're cutting down a tree on your own, this multi-box has got a group of farmers.
Look, this is not what I expected a boomkin to look like. These do not look like a bunch of boomkins to me. I mean, maybe, but I thought boomkins were chickens, right? I thought that was it's their astral form. Maybe it is.
Survival, even 6, to do it 6 times as quickly. This obviously means much more supply, the price goes down, and these guys will start working for less, which means you on your own will start working for way less. On another point, machinery. You know, you're farming herbs out in the world, you're mining ores out in the world. Guess what? There are some bots who can do it automatically and much better than you and much more efficiently.
Fucking bots.
And
Outrageous.
can do it 24/7 with the machines because machines don't get tired. This guy right here is a bot. The bot, again, is going to drive down.
Also, fuck you, bot. Stupid bots. Ban the bots. Right-click report the bots. If you see anybody gathering wood, you remember to tell them they're a bot.
Prices and going to price you out of the market. And who can afford the multi-boxing and who can afford the bots? Usually people who can afford a lot of accounts paid for with in-game gold. So it's the people who have already made gold. So again, it's the big companies pricing the little guy out the market, just like in real life. So next up on the list, and the next stage in a country's development. Yeah, so we'll follow this in terms of a country's development. They start off with resource extraction, a lot of people in very low skilled work, and then when people get a bit more skilled, still very low skilled, but a bit more skilled, more people can afford education. Perhaps the country, by selling off all its natural resources, can afford to give out education to, certain groups, certain areas of the country.
You can see what he's searched for. You can see in the URL, you can see he's searched for factory worker. I wonder what he searched to find the multi-boxes. What did he... Where are we? We're like 6 minutes in. What did he search to find the multi-boxes? Amazon deforestation workers. Alright, fine. Very specific search query there. I'm sure his search history was a bit weird after doing this video.
To certain groups, certain areas of the country, there's a bit more skilled labour, and that means factory work. These guys right here, they're making the trainers. The trainers are a daily cooldown, just like a living steel transmute. They can make one a day, and they put it up on the auction house, and there they go. That's them done. So it's someone who's researched in professions. They've oh look, I can get alchemy. That means I can do this one transmute per day. Put it up on the auction house and get paid a bit more than perhaps you would just farming.
Makes sense.
An even better example of this is the Blood of Sargeras dual crafting issues that we had at the start of the expansion. And now if you...
Look. Ad block. Filthy ad block. Ignore this one, but filthy ad block.
You remember, a lot of people were saying, want to buy Blood of Sargeras, 200 gold or whatever. And you were like, hey, how can you sell Blood of Sargeras? You can't, it's bop. Well, what those people were actually doing were getting people to get dual crafting and then getting them to craft or cut gems, because you used to require one Blood of Sargeras to cut the gem. I mean, you still do, but now there's the better gems and Blizzard ruined all that. So these guys have gone and done all of their world quests. They've got a few bloods. And instead of spending their bloods and getting like over 1,000 gold each per blood, which is what I get by doing my crafting, which we'll talk about later, they're making something for someone else. They're making the trainers for the big company. They're cutting the gems for the big jewel crafting seller. Once again, guys, I have nothing against people working in factories in real life. Like I say, in real life, you don't have all these opportunities.
Get that disclaimer
you have to
out
get
there.
what you're given. I've worked in factories in my time. Worked in a mouthguard factory, which was pretty horrific conditions, to be fair. But World of Warcraft is not real life, and we don't have to do these things in World of Warcraft.
You'd hope it'd be hygienic.
What I'm telling you guys is don't be someone who farms for 10k or 20k or even 30k an hour, doing really boring work. Or don't be someone who gets professions but then just makes the very basic transmutes or the very basic cutting gems for someone else. Making 200 gold per blood instead of 1,000 gold per blood. Another example of this is the Blood of Sargeras and Primal Sargerite vendor. Not so much in the Primal Sargerite because there's literally nothing to spend those on anyway. But the Blood of Sargeras vendor. I know a lot of you will have been guilty of this.
He was so passive aggressive. This is what people loved about Breg. He was really passive aggressive with his opinions. It was just like, oh, well, you could do this, but you wouldn't because you're a fucking idiot if you do it. And then he'd just go off on a complete tangent. It was really quite funny.
It's going to the vendor and buying 10 herbs for your Blood of Sargeras, something like that. And then putting those herbs on the auction house. This is you guys. But unlike these people who have to do it to make a living, because they've been dealt a bad hand in life, most people in World of Warcraft do not have to do that. They just choose to do it because they're not skilled, not as knowledgeable, or they just don't really realise how they could be better spending their bloods. But guys, you don't have to be a factory worker.
What the fuck has
and you don't
Jamie
have to
Vardy
be
got to do with this?
a low-wage natural resource manual labourer. Okay, you can go from the factory to the Premier League.
I
For those of you who follow
Okay.
football, Jamie Vardy used to be a factory worker. Then he got more skilled in a certain profession. His profession was football, soccer for you Americans. He then joined Leicester City, Leicester for
He played football with his foot.
you Americans. And with Leicester City, he won the Premier League despite being
Leicester.
massive underdogs. And it was this crazy story, and I think they're making a film about it. Anyway, he did it in real life. It is much easier to do this kind of thing in World of Warcraft, though, because again, we don't have the same issues and have to deal with the same things and bad luck and exploitation that happens in real life. In World of Warcraft, anyone can do this. You want to aim to become a factory owner. You don't want to work for the factory. You want to be at the factory. What do factory owners do? Well, they buy cheap materials from big companies such as the bots and multi-boxes, or occasionally from single farmers such as perhaps yourself going out and mining for 20k an hour.
Student boys hype.
But like I say, usually the multi-boxes because they price you out of the market. Either way, this is what the factory owner does. They buy them and they craft it into something else. Again, these people here, this guy is using their blood of Sargeras to cut his gems for him. But even more than that, the factory owner can take control of professions. In the jewel crafting part of the factory, this guy makes anything from jewel crafting helms to cutting gems. They've also got an engineering part of the factory where they make flying machines and all sorts of mounts and goodies to sell to those who like the engineering aspect.
No Blingtrons, though. No engineers making Blingtrons anymore. Rest in peace, Blingtron.
Aspects of the game. Check out these guys, owners of the tailoring factory.
The tailoring factory,
They make
of course.
all sorts of gear to sell, both old gear and new gear, and they sell it on the global stage, the auction house, and they make a killing. Do these guys
Selling
look like the kind of
sucks.
people who are going to be farming ores out in the world for 10 or 20k an hour? Do they look like factory workers being exploited by the big jewel crafters to cut their gems for them? It's very simple, guys. If you can move up, become more skilled in your trade, watch some YouTube videos, read up on some guides, have a think and an examine of your server and see what sells best, and actually move from doing these low-paid, boring jobs to something which pays gold per hour 10 times as much, something that can be a lot more enjoyable for most people, and something that's going to make you a lot more gold. And that brings us back to Amazon. Now, Amazon is
The
the
kings of
big
sales.
flipper, the big market resetter, the person who buys low and sells high.
No. Buy high, sell low. He's got it all wrong.
So
Rookie
most of
mistake.
Amazon's goods come from factories in China. Alibaba.com. You can go and find factories on there, and they'll make you basically anything for 10% or 20% max, 10 to 20% of the price on Amazon. What Amazon then do is ship it across, store it in their warehouses, price it up, they'll package it. In fact, often the factory even packages it, but sometimes Amazon will as well, and sell it to millions and millions of people every single day.
Rinse
Amazon
and repeat.
is the guys spamming in trade chat. Want to buy Leylight Shard, 30 gold each. Want to buy Chaos Crystal,
Want to
80
buy
gold
Pog
each,
Essence, 20k.
whatever. And those are the guys who are then buying that out, shuffling it, selling it for more. That's what Amazon does. It buys things that aren't really that great. It puts a bit of a spin on it, makes a nice post about it on an Amazon page, and it sells it for way more. However, it's not just the shuffles that you can compare that to. These guys will also buy cheap from the factories and sell it a lot higher. These are the guys running their shopping scans, looking for potential BOE 101 and 110 BOEs. They see it relatively
Wow,
cheap.
who remembers those? 101 BOEs. Oh, I'd forgotten about 101 BOEs. I made a killing on those things. 101 BOEs for people that may not have played Legion. 101 BOEs were end game BOEs that dropped. They were an absolute gold mine. you could be a max level character, and you could be running around. You could get a 101 BOE. Now, this 101 was basically itemized like an end game piece of gear, but you could use it on what in today's game would be like a level 51 character, which made the opportunity for like super duper mega OP twinks. You had level 51 or the equivalent of level 51 character. I can't remember what the level thing was then. The equivalent of level 51 characters running around just deleting everything in their path because of these BOEs. It was like awesome little market. We need more of that stuff, Blizzard.
They buy it up and then they mark it up 5 times and sell it, and they spam in trade, they spam everywhere because Amazon is
Especially
everywhere.
ones that had leech on.
And they'll sell it for 5 times the price. I hope you guys are noticing a trend here. The real life global economy and the World of Warcraft economy are actually quite similar. There are of course some major differences, and the fact that you can now buy WoW tokens, you can now buy gold basically with real life money, obviously upsets that kind of cycle a little bit. But even so, there are many, many similarities. But the one major difference, I would say, is the fact that everyone has equal opportunities. Like I said before, people have different amounts of time they can spend on the game. Okay, that's fair enough. But if you use that time wisely to
the
research
opportunities
stuff,
aren't
hey, I want to get into
quite
this
as
profession.
equal anymore.
Hey, I want to get into flipping. Hey, I want to get into crafting these things and selling them on a Wednesday for a higher price. You're going from a manual labourer to a low-skilled labourer to a high-skilled labourer, and then you start owning the factories, and then you even become the next Amazon, who literally owns all the factories basically, and it doesn't own them but basically controls them in terms of what they buy
Big
out,
fish
the
in
prices,
small
and
ponds.
dictates everything.
Yep.
And then you can turn into Amazon and go to different realms, which are like different countries. You know, the prices are different, but you can do the same kind of thing there and sell there as well. And you can move your capital across with battle pets, just like, you know, okay, Amazon don't quite do that, but it's the same kind of thing. You can expand your
selling
markets,
battle
expand
pets.
your horizons,
Spectral
turn into a
Tiger Cub.
transnational company with sort of tentacles in every different part of the world and every different market and just being everywhere. And you guys have the opportunity to do this. In World of Warcraft, no one is dealt with a bad hand. You know, there's not one person who was just born in a certain part of the world where there aren't opportunities to learn, such as education, and there is massive exploitation and corruption. You know, no one in World of Warcraft.
Sorry, I was born in Westfall. I got dealt a bad hand, you know. I wish my mum didn't work in Goldshire, you know. your dad was out gathering herbs and your mum was working in Goldshire. Yeah, some people just didn't have the same privilege.
Experiences that. Of course, there are those things to an extent, but you can get past that. And this is why I say, please, guys, do not go out and farm herbs for 10k or 20k an hour when you're having a horrible time doing it, which most people do. I have 8 accounts. I could go on my 8 accounts and I could farm 8 times quicker and just immediately crash the market on your server. Because I'm a whale, I'm a big gold earner, I can afford to do that. You know, I pay for all 8 of my accounts with gold. I can afford to do that, just like the big companies can afford to do that and price you out of the markets, price the small sellers out of the market. Unlike in real life, where we try and combat that with things such as fair trade and these charities, there aren't any charities in World of Warcraft, guys. You're just going to lose out.
Nope.
If you're on a server where for some reason farming on one character can actually get you 40k an hour, okay, I'm talking about now, guys. I'm not talking about farming Imperium back when the patch came out. So you can get 40k an hour, which would be really impressive. There aren't many people who can farm that on one character. Then just think about it, guys. If that's the price of all of the ore and all of the herbs and the items are that high, then how much gold is the actual crafting stuff going to be selling for? And how much crazy gold can you make by actually using that ore or just buying it from the auction house and selling it for the prices which are obviously going to be astronomical if your ore and herb prices are really that high? I repeat, I know there are some of you who do like farming, just like there are some people who do like their manual minimum wage jobs. Okay, just because you don't get paid much in real life doesn't mean you can't enjoy your job. And for those of you, if you do enjoy farming, then please keep doing it. But don't lie to yourself and say you really like it, because in reality...
Because you're wrong. You're wrong. You're absolutely wrong, and you know you're wrong.
Probably don't mind it, but actually you'd prefer to be doing something else. You just don't really know how to do anything else to make gold. That's not everyone, but for a lot of people that will be the case. That's just how it works. And for you guys who are on the low pop servers and who can make a half decent amount farming, then just think about this. You must be on a low pop server, that's why the prices are so high. But that means there's hardly any competition. There might not be a factory or a big factory in your country. There might not be, Amazon might not sell in your country. That gives you a huge opportunity to control markets, to control the server. If you are on a low pop server where ore and herbs sell that high, you can control everything and you can make an absolute killing. And you can become a millionaire, a multi-millionaire very, very quickly. So you guys have more of an opportunity than anyone. For the people on a high pop server, it's much harder. But obviously for them, farming's also basically out of the question. I mean, 10k an hour farming, that's just terrible. You could almost make as much doing world quests. Anyway, guys, that was my speech for today. I hope you found it interesting, and I hope you really think about what you're doing to make gold and how you realistically could be making a lot more. Please don't follow in the footsteps of the real-life global economy and become one of those exploited labourers in a poorer parts of the world or even in a developed country. Please don't do that. We're in a game. We all have the same opportunity. We're here to have fun, so just make sure you're having fun, guys. If you're having fun doing whatever you're doing, then I'm happy. So thanks for watching, guys, and until next time, see ya.
Right, for reference, real quickly, if you happen to play on one of the realms that I play on, get farming. I need the materials. But the result from that is yes, very simple. Farming is good. Farming, though, should be a means to an end. Get to the point where you don't need to farm anymore, and you'll be fine. Oh, here we go. Woo's got a BOE. A 101 BOE from back in the day. Titan Forged, item level 890. Oh my lord. Look at the market value on that bad boy. Look at the market value on that bad boy. Yeah. With a socket and all. Those things were... Imagine equipping socketed, like Titan Forged, super duper mega powerful, requires level 101. This was back at a time where the level cap was 110. This was like the equivalent of being level 51, rolling around with like raid gear. It was madness. People had 101 twinks who had like 90% haste. Like just ridiculous numbers. It got crazy. It was very fun. Very fun to say. What's your material price for Pog Essence? I used my smart average buy price, but I bought a lot of my Pog Essence a week or two ago. So mine are quite cheap relative to what is on the markets nowadays. But don't worry, the prices of Pog Essence is coming down. Don't you worry if you need to buy some. I've been disconnected on half my realms. What time is it? It's 2. Right then, boys and girls, I think I'm going to leave it there for this week, for this stream and for this week. Although we might do a cheeky bonus stream tomorrow. We'll see how I feel. This week has been actually crazy. Actually mental level crazy. I thank you all for joining along with me. It makes the experience a lot more fun to be able to chat to you guys as we do it. But this week's been a bit of a chaotic one. The weekend though is going to be very profitable still. Still keep up with your cancel scans, get those legendaries crafted, get those legendaries sold. There's still lots of opportunities. Not everybody bought their rank 7s on day 1. even though, as we discussed earlier, the cake was very tasty and lots of people did choose to eat their cake on reset day. There'll be lots of people that won't get much time to play till the weekend, so keep your auctions listed, keep ahead of the curve, and get making that gold. We will be back. We'll be back on Monday. We'll be back on Monday, and we'll repeat the whole sort of thing again. And now we can start to see the patterns that will plan out. Next week we get flying. The week after that we get double legendaries. So there's still a couple of milestone events happening in patch 9.2. But yes, thank you all for joining me this week. Enjoy your weekend. And if I don't see you soon, I'll see you on Monday in a bit. Peace.